honorable member for East Grand Bahama. Correction, Central Grand Bahama was in the middle of his presentation. But just before we proceed with that presentation, I wish to bring it to the attention of the House that the Speaker is in possession of a complaint by the honorable member for the Exomas on Ragged Island with respect to an issue of privilege that occurred on Thursday of last week. I haven't had the full opportunity to review the complaint, and so that matter will be dealt with in accordance with the rule the following sitting, which is tomorrow. Just thought I'd bring that to the attention of the Parliament. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I assume the government will have an opportunity to view whatever it is that the member is claiming privilege on, so that there's obviously going to be a requirement on our part to be able to address such. And as such, Mr. Speaker, you being the judge of the High Court of Parliament, the government would like to have an opportunity to view whatever claim of privilege the member for Exuma putting before this honorable House.
Honorable member for Bamboo Town, the chair gives an undertaking to have all of the documents submitted, copied to the government side so that the government will be fully aware of the issue that's being raised.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a two-time Olympian sprinter, I know what it is to be in the middle of a stride and have to break stride. But however, the race continues, and I'll do my best to raise my knees and pump my arms and keep my head straight and continue the race on as I would have started during the morning session. Mr. Speaker, I will again bring some explanation with respect to the Dome project in Marsh Harbor. In Abaco, I feel the need to explain fully the Dome project, as there has been much misinformation on this. In the immediate aftermath of the storm, it was realized that temporary housing would be necessary for the islands of Abaco and Grand Bahama. For Abaco, given the devastation of the areas of Marsh Harbor, it was thought that a family relief center could house 1,000 people impacted by the storm. At this time, the NEMA Disaster Relief and Reconstruction Committee was charged with investigating options for this family relief center. During this time, NEMA was bombarded with proposed housing solutions, most proposed by foreign partners who required the government of the Bahamas to pay a rate per person per day for temporary housing. This meant that the government would have to commit to paying between $50 million and $70 million for temporary housing facilities for 9 months. The Disaster Relief and Reconstruction Committee was challenged to find a more reasonable solution. It was in thought that a tent city, similar to the ones built in Haiti after the earthquake and hurricanes, could be used as an immediate temporary housing. There was a donor who pledged to provide up to 1,000 free tents. Two things happened. The first was that donor was unable to make good on the pledge. And two, concerns arose regarding the resiliency of the tents, given that hurricane season was not over. This was still in September, so we had another 3 months to go in hurricane season. The Relief and Reconstruction Committee was then asked to find a solution that was more resilient than the best tent on the planet. The dome by Intershelter was the solution. The dome is really a permanent structure that we have adopted for temporary use. And at the time, it was the only structure that met our resilient requirements. While this was going on, plans for the development of a family relief center with the necessary infrastructure had to be created. The site had to be identified, engineering had to be done, infrastructure and dome materials had to be procured. The design of the center was completed and approved near the third week in September, and arrangements were made to begin to procure materials for it. By this time, we had evacuated a large percentage of the population of Marsh Harbor. Materials for the Family Relief Center was ordered and began to arrive the third week in October. The proposed site of 13.5 acres to house over 1,000 people totally cleared. After clearing the site and following the advice of Water Mission and Israel Aid, it was discovered that the proposed site, although out of the freshwater well fields, was not considered to be outside the safety zone for preservation of fresh water. Freshwater lands were still in proximity. As a matter of best practice, it was recommended that the site be shifted an additional 800 meters south of where the 13.5 acres had been cleared. Mr. Speaker, we are building a more responsible and resilient Bahamas. In the past, some may have kept the original site, as it was already outside of the wells field. But thinking about the future, it was decided to move the site. The site was shifted, as I said earlier, 800 meters, and a new clearing started. In November, just prior to the scheduled arrival of the first dome shipment, Captain Stephen Russell, NEMA led a small team on a site visit to Abaco to review the site clearing and the well fields and to confirm the impact. While there, it was observed that many residents had tents on their properties while attempting to repair their homes. It was obvious that homeowners with property preferred to have the dome placed on their property rather than have them go to a mass site. These suggestions were noted and discussed, and the strategy for providing the domes changed from having a mass dome site to ones where domes would be provided for people and erected on their personal property. We listen. In addition, for residents in Spring City, where the properties are small, it was decided that a small cluster of domes would be constructed in a vacant area to accommodate them. At the time, the number of totally destroyed homes in Spring City was determined to be 47. It was decided 40 domes will be constructed in Spring City. This land had to be cleared and prepared to receive the dome. This was November, Mr. Speaker. During our town meetings in Abaco, residents in Spring City indicated that they felt to erect 47 domes in the area chosen was too dense. So again, we listened and the number was reduced to 32. The shift in strategy required that residential assessment had to be completed throughout Abaco to determine who met the criteria to have the dome put on their property. The Ministry of Works and Department of Social Services have commenced this exercise by giving the enormity of the damage. The full assessment exercise was not completed until March of 2020. I asked the Bahamian people to bear in mind that these home assessments were taking place along with the most significant disaster cleanup in the Bahamian history. Preparations to the Spring City site were completed in January 2020, and infrastructure and domes were installed and completed early March 2020. With assessment in hand, ready to determine vulnerability criteria for who would receive a dome on their property, COVID-19 restrictions hampered our efforts. Not because work was not allowed on the island of Abaco, but because the crews doing the work were New Providence based and travel was restricted. To date, the government has received all of the infrastructure materials for the original family center, including mass plumbing materials, solar lights, shelter tents, generators, and kitchen equipment. In addition, the materials for the domes have been received and are in containers at the original site just north of Spring City. These materials included the lumber for the dome base and materials for plumbing and electrical installations. The government budgeted $6.4 million for this project. Land preparation and the procurement of materials have cost us some $4.7 million to date. We have been assured that the materials are in the Bahamas. We are verifying that assurance so that we can properly account to the Bahamian people. Let me reiterate, Mr. Speaker, that having a dome is not a mid-term, temporary, or permanent housing solution. Domes are meant for people with destroyed homes, staying on their properties while they are actively repairing their home. This has been lost in the dome's discussion. In addition, dome specifications were upgraded to include, again, initially it was only the shell, but we upgrade the specifications to include electrical power, hot water, shower facilities, etc. We are currently investigating a solar solution for domes that must be placed in remote areas that doesn't have electricity as of today. This is a substantial upgrade from the communal electrical and plumbing facilities originally envisioned at the Family Relief Center. With the relaxing of restrictions, residents in Abaco will see the pace of dome installation quicken. DRA and social services will be contacting recipients this week to arrange site visits so dome installation can commence. While this has by no means been easy, I can report that all of the domes have been assigned. Mr. Speaker, the Speeding Ski. 20 by 20 size container homes are scheduled to arrive on Grand Bahama on June 26th, courtesy of MSC Foundation. And these are the containers on the screen. MSC, not the domes, Speeding Ski, but the container homes get the Speeding Ski. And they are scheduled to be on the island of Grand Bahama on June 26th, courtesy of our partnership with the MSC Foundation. We are finalizing where these structures will be erected on Speeding Ski. We are likely to erect all on the government subdivision on Speeding Ski, something that was previously planned. The DRA's technical team will be on the ground this week to look at preparation. So we are moving. Mr. Speaker, let me say here that we are needed to get government services up and running in Abaco. But when we needed to get government service running up in Abaco, RVs were purchased and sent to the island. The majority of these RVs are located at the government complex in Marsh Harbor. That was shown on an earlier slide. The RVs were purchased for emergency purposes and are not meant as a midterm temporary or permanent solution, as these vehicles are not wind rated for any level of hurricane. NEMA will write officially to all government agencies, listen out, regarding a move-out date of all occupants currently residing in the RV. We have the responsibility to consider the well-being of the residents, especially those who work diligently to maintain access to government services in the public service. The DRA is aggressively working to provide alternatives for those currently living in RVs. A plot of land has been identified, a more resilient structure has been identified, and it is anticipated that the public servants currently housed at the government complex can be given a more safe and comfortable solution in short order. The challenge with the temporary housing has been that every temporary solution must be resilient, storm-resistant solution. Mr. Speaker, while we continue to address temporary housing, the DRA is also at the same time looking at permanent housing solution. And this one is big. Pre-qualification notices have gone out for the design build of mixed-use residential development for the disaster zone. I'm sure North and South Africa would like this. 2 60-acre plots have been identified in Marsh Harbor and Wilson City. In East Grand Bahama, properties designated for subdivision development in Speeding Ski and McLeanstown will be identified. The submission date for the pre-qualification notice is June 19, 2020. The DRA is also finalizing the land use agreement with a donor for the construction of 46 homes in Central Pine subdivision. These homes will be given to 46 families in Abaco. We expect construction to begin in August. So therefore, the works by Bahamian for Bahamian continue. Mr. Speaker, in every disaster, debris cleanup is a big ticket item. When Dorian ravaged through the northern island, it created approximately 3 million cubic yards of debris. And that does not even include homes or structures to be demolished. The bulk of this cleanup has been done by Bahamian contractors. To date, the cleanup of communities and the management of our debris site has cost the government of the Bahamas some $27 million spent in the Bahamas. Local Bahamian contractors have benefited from this process, and they have exceeded the expectation of many who said Bahamians did not have the knowledge, skill, or resources to perform the work. These contractors demonstrated what Bahamians can do. They have handled the cleanup very well. And this slide here that I'm about to show, it shows how well this process is going. We have the debris separated, rubberized tires, household, plastic. So they all sorted out, and they're transferred to the debris management site. And guess what? So well organized, properly done by Bahamians. Our people can do the work once given the chance, and we, as a government, continue to create opportunities for them to do just that. Also assisting our Bahamian contractors are a number of NGOs who have worked in the Keys, Abaco's mainland, the city of Freeport, and East and West Grand Bahama. Mr. Speaker, the cleanup of our communities is not finished. The DRA is currently evaluating requests for proposal to provide operations and maintenance services for 17 debris management sites. More jobs coming. I want to list those sites for the benefits of the Bahamian people and the residents of Abaco and Grand Bahama. During the opening of the request for proposal for these sites, we received over 60 submissions from interested companies. The 17 sites included, and I will list them: Treasure Key, debris management site; Treasure Key, open air, simply a laydown area; Spring City, debris management site; Snake Key, debris management site; Green Turtle Key, waste and debris transfer; Warner Key, waste and dump site; Manawaki, debris management site; Elbow Key, North End, Elbow Key, Club, White Sand; Grand Key, waste and debris transfer; Moores Island, waste and debris transfer; Wood Key, waste and debris transfer. In Grand Bahama, McLeanstown, debris transfer; Pelican Point, debris transfer; High Rock, debris transfer; Sweetings Key, waste and debris transfer; and of course, Water Key, waste and debris transfer. Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity for local Bahamians again to benefit from these contracts. During Dorian's path of destruction, cars and boats, they were not thrown, I would say in Bahamian terms, they were flung all over Abaco and Grand Bahama. The DRA has identified 8 to 10 acres of land on Tackney Street in the Freeport commercial industrial area for a salvage yard. I would like to thank the Grand Bahama Port Authority for providing the property for this purpose. We are also confirming a location in Abaco for a salvage yard. Over the next week, a request for proposal will be announced. The DRA will also announce a request for proposal for marine cleanup for Abaco and Grand Bahama, particularly East and Grand Bahama. This is another opportunity for local Bahamians to benefit from these opportunities, from this work. Again, the work by Bahamian for Bahamian continues. Mr. Speaker, the work of the DRA and the reconstruction and rebuilding of our island is significant. The DRA is actively working with government ministries to ensure schools, hospitals, clinics, and shelters are repaired. The DRA is working with the Ministries of Education and Public Works to ensure work at the Central Abaco Primary School and the Patrick J. Bettel School are completed. It is anticipated that the Central Abaco Primary School, that known as CAPS, will be completed before the start of the fall school semester. Work has begun on the school in Green Turtle Key, and it is anticipated it will be able to resume in September. The comprehensive school for East Grand Bahama is actively being developed, only waiting to finalize the site, and we'll move on with that project. The DRA will continue to collaborate with the Ministries of Education and Public Works to ensure educational facilities within the disaster zone of Abaco and Grand Bahama, including housing for teachers, are provided as a matter of priority. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health and the Public Hospitals Authority done an assessment of hospitals and clinics facilities on the island of Grand Bahama and Abaco. Of the assessment completed, the most critical is the assessment of the Rand Memorial Hospital in Freeport. This facility was significantly damaged. Temporary field hospital facilities were provided by the NGO Samaritans First. We thank them for that. However, these accommodations are not designed for long-term use and have to be abandoned due to recent severe weather. The Ministry of Health and the Public Hospitals Authority are committed to the redevelopment of the Rand Memorial Hospital and the construction of a new, modern, resilient facility. The DRA is working with the ministry and the authority to develop the framework and project plan so that a proper hospital is constructed. The goal is to have a new facility constructed within the next 30 months. The DRA will work with the Ministry of Health and the Public Hospitals Authority to determine how best to meet this timeline. The DRA will sign an agreement this week for a risk assessment that will inform any future decision as it relates to the development of a new facility. In the interim, temporary works are being executed at the present hospital to provide more robust facilities than the 10th field hospital. The COVID-19 unit is presently nearing completion. High level of work, very, very good quality. A special thank you to Mrs. Norma Headley and the Board of Cancer Association of Grand Bahama for allowing the PHA to transform that facility into a first-class healthcare facility. This facility, along with the IAT building at the Rand, offers more resilience to inclement weather conditions. Mr. Speaker, throughout the disaster zone, government infrastructure, public buildings, police station, administrative offices, seawall, dock, and roads were compromised and destroyed. We will approach this work at a structured pace. The DRA will work with the Ministry of Public Works to confirm the priority and timeline of the damaged physical infrastructure. Upgrades that must be incorporated into the reconstruction of this infrastructure to make it more resilient are also being considered. Once again, the work for Bahamian by Bahamian continues. Mr. Speaker, when we needed support after Hurricane Dorian devastated the northern Bahamas, the world arrived to help. Many NGOs came and assisted with early relief. Many stayed through the recovery, and many are helping today as we rebuild. The success of our work with NGOs is a direct result of the partnership we have established with them. The NGOs who are working with us do so with our knowledge and collaboration and represent part of a team helping to rebuild the Bahamas. On behalf of the government and the people of the Bahamas, particularly the people of Abaco, the Keys, and Grand Bahama, I would like to thank all NGOs for their work in the Bahamas. The 115 registered NGOs are now posted on the DRA Facebook page. So you can go on our page and see the list of 115 NGOs that we have approved to work along with us. And of course, we also thank the many Bahamians who have joined us on this journey and are helping family members, neighbors, and friends. I would also like to thank Bahamians living abroad who remembered home when we needed them most. And you saw scores of Bahamians flying in to Abaco into Grand Bahama from all over, coming back home to help us out. So we thank you for remembering home when we needed you most. I'll say one additional thing regarding NGOs. We are seeking ways to continue to refine our partnership with them. While we welcome the assistance of the international community, NGOs must have proper authorization to operate in the disaster zones. We continue to work on enhancing our monitoring system with NGOs. We also want to make sure data compiled and reports produced by NGOs are circulated to the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness, Management, and Reconstruction in order to ensure we get all feedback needed to inform our policy decisions. In short order, this ministry, along with relevant stakeholders, will discuss appropriate measures to ensure the proper coordination of NGOs. Mr. Speaker, there has been much debate, almost as much debate as with the dome, about the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, and Government Pledge Conference held earlier this year. 49 pledges were made during the conference. $1.771 billion is the total value of 49 pledges. And we are showing it on the screen for you to follow along. $1.675 billion was pledged from a single, for equity and technical assistance from a single donor. $42.8 million in grants. $53.2 million for technical assistance and gifts in kind. $109,000 in cash and sponsorship. Mr. Speaker, outside of the pledge, the DRA received a donation from Cable Bahamas, for $250,000, which has been used towards the small home repair program. We continue to communicate with donors so the status and value of pledges continue to be updated and correlated with the DRA's priority project. As some pledges for technical assistance or gifts in kind represent discounts or future purchase services from a vendor, we may not be able to access the full value of the pledge, as they may not be services we intended to purchase or be relevant to priority project at this time. In addition, some donations are no longer available due to the changing economic climate or requirement associated with accessing support. Once again, COVID-19 strike. Some of the pledges have come with specific restrictions and may not line up immediately with priority reconstruction projects. Mr. Speaker, new donors continue to present themselves to the DRA for support, and we are incredibly grateful for the ongoing partnership with individual foundations, NGOs, and corporate partners. Since the conference, we have received 10 new pledges of significant value, and there are many projects, large and small, for which we continue to seek assistance. It is an active process, and the nature of the pledges is complex. But we have an agile team who are communicating with donors about the ways they hope to support our reconstruction work and how we partner together to fund our most urgent needs. Pledges are exactly what it infers. It is a pledge. It is a pledge, and until we receive a firm commitment, it is a pledge. Many donors have very specific ways in which a pledge must be used, and we are working with them to match pledges with priority projects for the DRA. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I note that as difficult as these times are, there are still things we can be proud of. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate young Member of Parliament for being in Grandstand, who recently graduated from the University of the Bahamas with a bachelor's degree in tourism management. So we need to give Being in Grandstand and all our young people who have completed university degrees, high school graduation. The circumstances have certainly been challenging, but we've made it. Mr. Speaker, before I end, I would like again to wish a very happy belated birthday to Mrs. Mabel Russell, who recently celebrated her 103rd birthday. She's a resident of Waterkey, the birthplace of my parents. I express my sincere gratitude to Mrs. Russell, as she was instrumental in the spiritual and social growth of many Grand Bahamians, including me. The hours I spent with Ms. Russell on her birthday were well spent. Considering a powerful prayer for the Governor General, participated in the small event by telephone, His Excellency, the Honorable Maurice Elijah Moore, and loved ones. Equally important was her reflection of the past. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Russell's journey through life is a testament that even in the wake of difficult times, there is a brighter future for this Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by assuring the residents of Grand Bahama and Abaco that we will spare no effort in restoring these islands so battered by Dorian. The task is great, but our government is committed. The rebuilding of our northern island is not a sprint, it is a journey. Our recovery will not happen overnight. During his deliberation last week, the good member from Southern Shore said, he reminded us of a little biblical quote, said, much, Southern Shore, that much is required from whom much is given. We have been given a heavy load, but God has equipped us before he formed us in our mother's womb. For a time such as this, to this F&M government, to this administration, much has been given. But you also, much is required from whom much is given. You've been given a heavy load. But remember, we were equipped. God has chosen us before we were formed in our mother's womb. We are indeed rising from the valley of despair, and we will certainly ascend to the mountain of hope. We are coming up on the rough side of the mountain, but I do believe, yes, we are coming up the rough side of the mountain. God has equipped us. He requires much of us. He's given us much. And I believe that working together with this team, and if you think about it, who better to lead this country during a pandemic, an outbreak of an infectious disease than a prime minister who's a doctor? God don't make any mistake. We are to trust him. And I do believe that with this team, we will ascend to that mountain of hope as a team, as we build back better. A Bahamas built by Bahamians for Bahamians. Central Grand Bahama stands in support of this budget.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Angliston.
Speaker, I rise on behalf of the people of Angliston to contribute to this 2020-2021 budget debate. As I have often said, and I say again today, it is a privilege to enter this chamber and mount the aged stairs on their behalf and stand in this place to speak for them. This honor is not a vainglorious one of simply having a presence in the Parliament of the Bahamas for its own sake, but an understanding of the sacred duty to raise my voice on their behalf and in their interest. I stand today to contribute to the penultimate budget to be presented by this administration. Next year will be the final budget presented before general elections must be called. This administration is therefore in its wind down, approaching with, at best, only 23 months left in their term, unless they choose to go earlier to the polls. And considering the challenges ahead, combined with an apparent inability to produce positive results, we may well see an earlier date before less favorable conditions overtake. So the voice of the people will soon be activated. This nation has been on a roller coaster because of its F&M carnival-like presence. The Bahamian people must be skeptical of the promises, of the claims of this administration, both in this budget debate and as we look to the future. We have only to go to their 2017 manifesto, their document, their pledge, their pact with the Bahamian people before the last general elections to see that they are prepared to make a truck full of promises, a truckload of promises, and to deliver on very little. For example, where is the promised legislation for a system of recall for non-performing members of parliament? How about the promised law to limit the term for prime minister? What about the promises to labor in this country? The promise to eliminate the practice of appointing persons to the post of director of labor who served as head of a trade union immediately preceding that appointment. The promise to remove the redundancy cap of 12 years for worker compensation and to develop policy for the establishment of a redundancy fund. Wouldn't that be good right now? The pledge to bring legislation to empower the industrial tribunal to enforce its rulings and decisions. What about the promise to increase teacher compensation packages? And when will our athletes see the Free National Movement's sports policy touted in that manifesto? Does anyone know what it is? And how far along is the promised Sports Development Foundation? What about all the promise of a cultural renaissance? The exact word, cultural renaissance. Where is the identified Crown land to establish a Junkanoo theme park, to include a cultural village, workshop, shop space for souvenir sales, native food and drink? Is there a date for the establishment of the National Arts Council and the upgrade of the National Center for the Performing Arts? Or the reopening of the Bahamas Film Studio in East Grand Bahama? All of these are in the manifesto. What is the status of the promise to create jobs and reduce poverty? And the pledge to, quote, restore growth in the financial services sector? Will persons with disabilities and their families and guardians see the pledge system of tax relief and tax credit? Where are we with the bold promise, and I quote, to jumpstart and fix the Grand Bahama economy? Have we gotten the jumpstart yet? When will the FNM deliver on its promise to promote and develop Grand Bahama? And this is what they promised, as an eco-tourism facility. Was that supposed to happen before or after the proposed Oban mega oil facility in proximity to sensitive national parks? How soon can we expect to see the reduction in treatment costs for chronic and preventative illnesses? And how does this coexist with all the new fees and charges either promised or already introduced? The new fees were not in the manifesto, though. Where is the promised national catastrophic health insurance program to provide, in their word, robust catastrophic health care? Have the plans been completed for an adequate national morgue? And is the independent forensic lab on its way? The promised new hospital to serve the needs of the Northern Bahamas would go down well right about now. Will we soon see the promised gyms and relevant athletic facilities throughout islands, the enhanced aviation sector, the dock and the bridges and clinics and administrative complexes? All of this in the manifesto. Will the Minister of Housing soon marshal the legislation to provide for rent to own to facilitate home ownership? And speaking of general elections, will we see the regulations under the Constitution to establish an independent boundaries commission, as was promised in that manifesto? Or will that be postponed to the convenient election? Mr. Speaker, this FNM administration has no credibility. Their words have questionable value, and their adeptness at backtracking and flip-flopping on principal matters has made national headlines and put us all in shock and awe. We have seen it in this parliament, and the country has witnessed it over these last few years. It is a roller coaster that has made us all dizzy and left us feeling queasy. We all remember that first budget communication in 2017, filled with political rhetoric and questionable assertions coming from East Grand Bahama, such that one of the, the ratings agencies, listening to his speech, determined to immediately revisit the Bahamas and place us under renewed scrutiny. Just last week, It was almost laughable that he would tell this House with a straight face that this is not a time for, and I quote, soaring rhetoric or empty partisan crossfire. When he himself was at that very moment when he was saying those words, engaging in prolonged political attacks, which has become the modus operandi of this Minister of Finance, which day by day found more and more hollow, as we see it as an attempt to distract, well, it is, from their own negligence, bad decisions, and incompetency. Their credibility is shot. The promises are mere words, and the claims are suspect. The country has witnessed that they went from high profile, vigorous condemnation of that as a repugnant and regressive tax. I think the Prime Minister said, "You're hurting poor people," to now lovingly embracing it, enthusiastically praising it, then increasing it by 60%. And as seen by one member on that side last week, now thanking God for the increased tax burden on the Bahamian people they so previously hated. What a roller coaster. So we analyze the state of things in our economy. As we do so, we must be very, very concerned. Because the Bahamian people cannot worry about what they say. They must look at facts. Our debt is rising, and the repayment obligation is hogging up more and more of our resources. But unlike every administration before this one, there is very little tangible that one can point to account for this heavy financial activity. The member for Exuma and Ragged Island has made the case most ably on our behalf. As the member pointed out, this F&M administration has borrowed some $3 billion in a very short period of time, increased tax by 60%, as I previously referred to. And we know that in at least one instance, we now know from the IMF that their international borrowing spree did not meet the global standard and has potentially exposed our country. That's the 707 million when they went all over Europe and everywhere. They did not do the accepted standard and has exposed them with all that money. As Exuma and Ragged Island established in his contribution, we project that at this frenzied rate, this government is likely to exceed borrowing of $5 billion in 5 years. This, combined with the incompetence we are seeing, is very worrying. Very worrying. Exuma and Ragged Island also highlighted that even though it is usual for governments to inherit debt from prior administrations, as the Christie administration did in 2012, when we met a borrowing resolution of $546 million and another $100 million from IDB for cost overruns in the road project. That's what we met. Under this regime, we and the entire country have been made to suffer the chronic references, lame excuses of this administration to the poor budget cycle. Despite them routinely marking their own report card with an A, we leave it to them, they got A. The results have in fact been less than stellar. This, as Exuma and Ragged Island pointed out, despite inheriting, which they will never credit, Bahama and 4,000 direct jobs and 2,000 indirect jobs, which directly impacted tourism numbers for 7 billion, directly impacted, and directly impacted our GDP. It was a gift. And as we were reminded, they also had at their disposal the best performing VAT regime in the region, broad-based and at a low rate. Despite the fact, as I told you, they was in that direction one day and they came back another direction on that issue. But they inherited that. They received turnkey, a well-restructured revenue administration plan, including a newly created Department of Inland Revenue. They said they were bringing legislation. So therefore, it becomes their thing. But they met that in place. The momentum, they met momentum of the modernization of the customs regime through the introduction of new information technology applications and new processes. They met in train the first sustained effort to expand and update property tax regime in recent years. They received at their disposal, this is what they met. Some they're crying about all this debt now. This is what they met in place. A Hummer and a very, very advanced system for collection of revenue. They received at their disposal a system where most of major taxes, VAT, business license, real property tax, were all transacted online. They met that, including payments by credit and debit card. They inherited plans to expand online portals to capture other revenue, including customs, road traffic, passport, and immigration fees. That's taken basically almost word for word from the member of Zuma and Ragged Island's presentation. And then you met automation through the road traffic department. If we look in the revenue, you see it is fantastic in what it is contributing to the national revenue. Automation. But they discounted and denigrated all of that. They claimed the cupboard was bare. Bear in mind now, we had Joaquin, destroyed the southern Bahamas. We had Matthew, which hit Nassau, credited all of that. Basically said we were reckless, thieving, everything you could imagine. They met all of that. They met this beautiful scenario in place when they took office. They claimed that $42 million from monies borrowed in the aftermath of Hurricane Matthew could not be found or accounted for. Well, this is what the Minister of Finance said, suggesting it went not to the people in distress, but I think the suggestion was to buy an election. But we all know that when the media cornered East Grand Bahama, he pulled back. They harassed him on this from such a sad and ludicrous claim. How you could take 42 million in the system? And he reminded us, he pulled back. He said it's right there in the consolidated fund. He pulled back and told us he don't speak Greek. What that was he was speaking when he said it. And the Bahamian people have not forgotten that this administration promised they would keep the VAT money, they would use the VAT money to pay off the national debt. Remember that claim? A portion would be used to pay off the national debt. What happened to that story? The policies of this administration hurt our economy long before natural disasters. This administration has not been credible managers of this economy, and they have made us more vulnerable to external shock. That's the reality. And to add insult to injury, there is a very real perception that you have burdened the poor while cushioning the mega wealthy. We saw it. I'll give you a couple instances. We saw it with the redesignation of VAT status for those billionaire oil companies in Grand Bahama. They went from exempted to zero, which meant they would get some stuff back, money back. We saw it when the government reversed itself on the real property tax ceiling on owner-occupied homes of 6 months or less, after reportedly one letter was written by or on behalf of life of key property owners. We heard the explanation that it's not as simple as saying, oh, let's tax the rich. Because in doing so, and I'm quoting the minister, because in doing so, there are real consequences for the poor. So this is his logic. You tax the rich, you're hurting the poor and the marginalized. What bizarre logic for such policy choices. And the logic escapes me. Most systems of taxation worldwide place a more proportionate burden of tax on the wealthy, while this administration seems to want to do the opposite. And in doing so, actively perpetuate and reinforce an inequitable system. one that has us today bitterly taxing the poor while giving ridiculous breaks to the richest of the rich. We heard the same kind of arguments as a first act in 2017. The F&M administration reversed business license fees on companies, reduced, not reversed, on companies with turnover of $50 million or more, which benefited, and I'm going to call the names, large companies like SuperValue, AML Foods, Solomon's and all that, Cable Bahamas, BTC, and the three major oil companies, Focal, Rubis, and Sol Petroleum, with Esso. We remember some of the other tax breaks in that budget that also raised national eyebrows, but I won't go in that today. These were the major policy choices characterizing this government's first decision-making. It reminds me of Maya Angelou, and she says this: when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. But while enormous concessions were given to the richest of the rich, and I've given 3 examples, peanuts were thrust at the Bahamian people to create, in my view, distractions from the core objective. Because I believe you know what you're doing. You intend to do what you've done. That is why it is almost laughable that breakfast and lunch, which apparently we only have a couple of days out of the month, and by the way, I think you've been unfair to the vendor. But it's laughable that breakfast and lunch, cutting back on your travel, thank God for that, and red plates taken back from ministers, even though I heard some still driving them, but that's another story. Red plates taken back from ministers, in my view, is laughable. What we should have seen is blue plates taken back by reducing the cabinet. Today, I offer to my colleagues in this parliament, the prime ministers right here, that we all suffer a reduction of at least 20% in our salaries from the public treasury. As the Prime Minister of New Zealand said recently, when we are asking our people to make sacrifices, we should lead by example. We've seen it before. We've been here before. When former Prime Minister Hubert Ingram instituted such a cut during a period of austere measures, we on this side supported that measure. We would do so again. For once, show the Bahamian people that you're serious. Keep the breakfast and lunch a couple times a month. And let's make a symbolic and important demonstration to the Bahamian people. Speaker, I speak for the people of Angleton and communities similarly impacted across the nation, made up largely of working class Bahamians. Port Charlotte got people like of this description in his community. Yeah, you do also. Good. Yeah, that's okay. Don't get hostile. Because these people are the salt of the earth. Salt of the earth. But today, even the shrinking middle class is feeling the blunt force of our current economic circumstances. This government has brought more hardship to our people that can ever be remembered, and long before Dorian and long before COVID-19. It requires a stomach of steel to comprehend the varying levels of hardship people face today. Many of our children fell through the cracks in the virtual learning period. I've spoken to this before. They do not have computers and they have no internet. This is just a fact. These are the people who attend clinics for primary health care and who felt it so hard and still do when the Coconut Grove Clinic, which was in walking distance to the surrounding community of Angleton and St. Barnabas, was shut down almost 3 years ago. I had a call yesterday from someone in the South Beach area complaining about the clinic there. They're a pensioner apparently they have to go to the Elizabeth Estates Clinic. I don't know what the dynamics are with COVID-19, but apparently it's creating great hardship for people without transportation and who are elderly. So I just raise it for consideration. These are the people who wait hours in the emergency room or who experience deferred surgery, who are unable to access diagnostic tests or treatments because they have no disposable income. But they were counting on your empty promises. Remember the catastrophic and all those different things promised? Many in the community joined the social services line at 5 a.m. The minister knows that. And they wait for hours. You know, one told me he went through the Fox Hill one. He was there for about 4 or 5 hours. And when they finally saw her, they told her she had to go to Robinson Road. She said she felt so personally devastated. She didn't want to be there in the first place. She lost the job at Atlantic. And that compounded the scenario. They go there for rent assistance in getting the light or water reconnected. There are those who are trying to get a stove or a fridge because they have no way of refrigerating their food. I've heard people speak of not being able to have cold drinking water, or their children getting sick because food has gone bad for lack of refrigeration. The wait is long and oftentimes the people in these communities are among the many unemployed or minimum wage workers who try to make a way out of what sometimes seems like no way. And they acutely listen to the language of politicians, especially those in governments who suggest that their circumstances are either of their own making or for some micro purpose. They do not miss the subliminal suggestions or the overt discriminatory practices, such as I have previously alluded to in taxation, that exacerbate their condition. There's always been a cloud over this House about the suggestion of perpetuating self-interest in the legislature and in government. We saw it with the United Bahamian Party government. I heard the member of St. Anne, not here now, he was here earlier, proudly remind us that the UBP left money in the treasury. He's done that twice now. But that succeeding governments, PLP and FNM, post-majority rule, have racked up this horrible debt. He is either knowingly or unknowingly sending out a serious suggestion. Surely he should remember that under the UBP regime, corruption and a system likened to apartheid flourished. Surely we should not be holding these practices up for emulation. A boast of surplus, frankly, is offensive when we know there were no high schools, no clinics built, no universal access to opportunity, and Black people were restricted and limited in their human development. Resources were not invested in the masses. So perhaps it is no surprise there was a surplus. So what is St. Anne's really saying? What's he really saying? Apples and oranges, frankly. Rotten apples and oranges. And even recently in this House, we have seen suggestions of self-interest being promoted. I ain't going into that today. We cannot ignore the proverbial elephant in the room, and that is that many from this class of the super wealthy, some Bahamian, some foreign, fund political campaigns in this country. And that tangible support resonates into concrete policies and initiatives which favor these donors. That is why Bahamians are urgently crying out for campaign reform, because this effectively undermines our democracy, that wealthy donors and vested interests can influence cabinet decisions in our country, the cabinet of a sovereign state. It is undemocratic, and it is a form of corruption. The OAS spoke about this. I've raised this before in here, but I want to go through it again. The OAS, when they looked at the last election, and they said they raised this point in 2012. This is their second time raising it. We were the government 2012-17. And this is what they said under the heading, and this is from the speaker, this is from the preliminary EOM report by the OAS of May 11, 2017, which was the observer group report on that election. And this is what they say. The mission heard concerns from several stakeholders regarding the influence of foreign money in the current electoral process and the absence of a level playing field. The Bahamas has no regulations regarding political electoral financing or disclosure of sources of funding. There is no public funding for political parties or candidates, meaning electoral campaigns are privately funded. The origin of private funds is not regulated, and there are no prohibitions on foreign and anonymous sources. Also, the Bahamas sets no limits on campaign spending, and political parties are not required to disclose their finances. And for being quite frank in this, it goes further. In 2012, the OAS issued a number of recommendations regarding the establishment of a legal framework for the financing of political parties and campaigns. The EOM noted that there was no action in this regard. In order to guarantee a more level playing field and transparency in the electoral process, the mission urges the Bahamas once more, to consider introducing legislation to regulate political campaign financing. I do not hear, and I said this is a form of corruption, but I do not hear those so-called crusaders against corruption talk about this, however. And you may wonder why. So demeaning when you really analyze it. And so in our own democratic system, perhaps we might be surprised or even disgusted to know the source or impetus behind some of our decision-making. The circumstances of the poor in this country, therefore, are in many ways the product of an inequitable system of governance, which includes that, prioritizes the buyer, which seems to be rationalized by this administration in general, not that point in specifically, because it's a general point on that issue. And so we see so many in the community living in depressed conditions, which can affect the mind and the body. Many may wonder why in 2020, and this is just something I've been talking about for years, but we may wonder why basic protections and standards for rental housing have not been implemented, and why it can be lawful to rent multiple units, collect rents with no running water. We may wonder why in 2020 we've not enacted laws to protect consumers, especially those who are enticed into compounded lending arrangements that leads to some people taking home $20 a month from a monthly paycheck. And who benefits? We know who the companies are and where these monies go. And there's really been no real action towards managing it. I want to give a story here about a lady I know who's in this category. She takes about $20 home a month. She's now on dialysis. So is her daughter. Two of them on dialysis, along with two younger children, struggling to keep a roof over their heads, constantly living on the edge of eviction. I have seen the psychological harm to our adolescent children and the breeding of hopelessness. I previously shared with the Minister of Education some of the disturbing, self-destructive images drawn by one of these children. And I want to thank him for his absolutely urgent response, no doubt understanding its meaning. I think today of the young woman I saw last week with 5 children fighting to find food, and those of us who will spend time condemning her for her choices or curse her to the wolves instead of supporting her and her children. And as my father often said, one of those 5 may be the next prime minister. Our children need support. Many are functioning in harsh conditions, and we wonder why many strike out. Since January 10th, 1967, we began a process intended to reverse these acute discrepancies. We have had an imperfect journey, But if we were to respect the journey, I said it was imperfect. I didn't say it was perfect. But if we were to respect the journey, and I mean it wasn't perfect when you were there either. You got to respect the journey. Imperfect as it may be, we would have been farther along today. We would have looked with real eyes at our economy and diversified into agricultural, fisheries, manufacturing. By now, 2020, we ain't 20 yet. We would have deepened our cultural identity and not be celebrating, as I have heard members in here do, a Turkish company constructing a Junkanoo museum on a restricted touristic facility and not on a location that ordinary Bahamians can access. If we were mature enough to respect the journey, we would have had a true performing arts center by now, and a developed school of dance, and a real process of transmitting and educating in our cultural forms and norms. We would be truly loving and celebrating and venerating our unique and beautiful and rich and exquisite endowment. We would have developed into a true sporting nation and become numero uno in the world, as it was envisioned some time ago. Because we have the talent and the ability to be numero uno, not just in sports, but in everything. Our children would have been more greatly invested in their future and in this, their beloved nation, instead of feeling disinterested, disconnected, and some departing with no desire to return. We would have been healthy, wealthy, and wise, and not among the sickest and most violent nations in the world. We would be harvesting the intellect of our brilliant children. We would be in the negotiating room with the foreign direct investor, making deals that our people will grow and greatly benefit from. The subjects of development and not the objects. We would today be developing and fairly regulating the equitable exploitation of our natural resources to the benefit of the collective whole. I have admonished this administration over and over. Stop distorting the truth about our journey. It's self-serving and it's not even factual. It's self-serving and harmful to our people. We got to know who we are with all of our scars. If we cared about the progress of our people and less about our political careers, we would be unleashing a program of true reform in this country. We would know our history and we would understand the journey. Very few today believe this administration is any of what it claims to be. No one believes that you are our savior. So stop that talk, please, right now. Nobody out there believes that, except maybe your hardcore shrinking support. But out there, nobody believes that. Speaking of saviors, the Speaker, I see the Minister of Tourism came in. I had hoped that he would have given his debate by now. After all, tourism is the mainstay of our economy, and there are many questions and concerns, even as today we begin the opening up today of our sea borders, and in a few days, our airport. I am surprised in these perilous times, he has been positioned at the back end of the debate and not the front end, as was the Minister of Finance. I think his contribution is not important. We should hear it right away, yes. But by now, the country should have heard specific details as to the plans for the industry. We need clarity on his reported comment that there will be no testing required of tourists entering our borders and that reinfection in our country is, quote, inevitable. I know he is aware this disease has killed people in this country, killed people, and has made others very ill. We shut down our economy, our country, and suspended fundamental rights and freedoms in a declared emergency to save lives, as the competent authority kept telling us every time he did a press conference, to save lives. We shut down our country. So what is the meaning of his comments? What is he saying to hotel workers and store vendors and all the others on the front line of the tourism industry? Other countries are mandating testing, including most recently Jamaica reversed itself. What makes us qualify in the eyes of that minister for lesser protection. We also need to know if airports open in a few days and hotels have yet to open, what is the reasoning for this decision? In fact, has the minister met with the hotel owners? The last time I heard him speak publicly about workers and hotels was when he declared it was a private matter. Is this government still today looking at the well-being of workers in that industry as a private matter? He may not know, but many are fearful of their future. I was hoping to hear the strategies to move us forward. Are we beginning the marketing as we go into the slow period of tourism? What role will Bahamas Air play so as to avoid legacy carriers looking for subventions? Perhaps if he re-envisioned the role of Bahamas Air, he would despair less. That's all we hear when he talks to Bahamas Air. And positively produce more. While Bahamas Air in its first relevance was to ensure connectivity between our island communities, that fell away when the Crispy administration enabled and empowered private commercial carriers like Sky Bahamas and Western Air with commercial routes throughout the country. If you knew your real history, you would know that it was always intended that thereafter, Bahamas Air would play a role in our national development as it does in other national airlines in other countries. I never forget seeing the Cayman Islands. It's a territory, the British, and they had a fleet of 747s. 737. Thank you. But we are unable to speak to it as the minister has, in my view, averted debate because he's coming when all of the opposition members have finished speaking. And scrutiny by positioning himself at the end of the debate process. We see this a lot, but I want to just bring it to the fore. I wanted to speak in an informed way to the specifics of arrangements reached for the imminent overflight fee collection in our airspace, in respect of which no detail has yet been given. I have questions such as who will be collecting and monitoring and at what cost? Is the USA being compensated for its continued management and at what cost? What does this government estimate the collections to amount to? What will the monies be used for? What area will be designated our airspace for commercial purposes? And what has happened to the agreed position to redraw our airspace to include a larger geographical area? I heard the minister state in an interview that the aviation sector has been starved in terms of investment in technology, and any fees collected will be utilized for that. He has been there long enough to know that what he says is not accurate. Tens of millions have been expended in recent years in state-of-the-art technology, including an air traffic pulsar, whatever they call it, pulsar radar, a network of weather radars throughout the country, a newly constructed APP building with cutting-edge technology, including simulators. What is urgently required, however, is an infrastructural overhaul, as many of our aerodromes are unable to even accommodate technology due to space and design efficiency. And the minister would have read the Stantec report, and they speak to that and what it would cost. I take a special interest in this issue as the minister is implementing the hard-fought-for groundbreaking and landmark agreement reached by the Christie administration with the United States of America. I am very proud of this singular achievement, as I see it as one of the most important steps taken by this country as a sovereign state. And it's not just about overflight fees. I was therefore taken aback when the minister, who then had only been in office a few weeks, dismissed our achievement, claimed he was the first minister to tackle the issue, and declared that he would be the one to make it happen. In June 2017, he said the Bahamas would be controlling its airspace by April, about 10 months. I was taken aback, not only because it was factually inaccurate, but it was disrespectful to the hard work and considered efforts of our Bahamian team. which which comprised a negotiating team and a committee, Subaltern Bethel, the minister's own permanent secretary, Charles Albury, now Justice Lauren Klein, a very distinguished attorney in the Attorney General's office, Deepak Bhatnagar, Caroline Albury of BNGIF. Trying to get a positive response out of you. I can keep working on you, man. There's hope yet. Captain Patrick Rowe, Roscoe Paul, varying officers of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Washington, all over, wherever we were, they were there, and in Nassau. I can't forget you. I want to recognize the then Attorney General, who also was so helpful to the process. This team of distinguished Bahamians met for hours and hours and hours over a 3-year period, engaged in multiple meetings, both here and abroad, Canada, United States, and negotiating on behalf of our people. Fully Bahamian team. No foreign element in that negotiation. And let me tell you, they brought their heart, their soul, their guts, their energy, everything they had, they brought to that negotiation, because this is their country, which they love. So I wait with interest to hear the details. I think that it was a landmark historical attainment. And I'm sorry and I feel bad that the new minister, who was only in office at that point for 4 weeks, dismissed it out of hand. And I wish I had heard the minister, because I would like to hear his plan for the firemen at Lyndon International Airport. I heard from a couple of them last week. I want to remind him, while he was preoccupied with what the proprietors of Western Air were getting for rental of their premises in Andros, when he put that staff in trailers, he had no mention of the firemen. I remind him that the conditions are substandard and hazardous, and a solution should be urgently arrived at. I wish him to address, when he speaks, to the fears and anger of the business owners at the festival place. And it's Environ, who I am advised have been told in the last couple of days that they must pack their Georgie bundle, move out from their locations so their booths can be demolished, with a promise of relocation sometime next year. Next year. It's unbelievable. So how are these people supposed to survive? Is this more of the F&M version of the people's time? I urge the shop owners and the vendors right out here to stand and take to the streets if necessary. Others will join you. We cannot stand by and watch our government complicit with a foreign investor to treat our people like this way. And I'm advised that this private company, through its agents, is speaking of plans to demolish. This is what I'm told. They're telling these people this. They tell me plans to demolish the historic Churchill building, even before we have heard about it from our own government. But who in charge here? Who said which historic? I'm sure you don't think it's historic. That building housed the first majority rule government in this country. That's where the first cabinet sat, in a majority rule government. This country, which included some of the political giants and heroes in this country, like Clarence Payne, Milo Butler, Carlton Francis, Cecil Whitfield, Lyndon Pinling, and my father, A.D. Hanna. In the face of the calls that we're hearing in this country, and we sing it all over the world, to pull down the statues of oppressors which loom over our institutions, including Queen Victoria out there, and Christopher Columbus at Government House. I call on this government to respect our history, to honor the sacrifices, to cherish the blood, sweat, and tears that brought us this far. Again, I say, this government has given away Prince George Dock. our national asset in the first instance for 25 years with 2 renewal provisions and or which either goes to that particular person, group, or to another private owner. I shared that with one of my distinguished legal colleagues, and he has called this clause vicious in its intent. The agreement in its entirety has yet to be laid in this House. It is a disgrace. And now this government, and I think they mean not to lay the whole thing. They mean not to. And now this government seems content to allow tricks to be played and abandon the small business owners out there. I say to them again, stand, stand. There was a time you probably believed in that marathon. I know it's a long time ago. Finally, I'm advised that any independent benchmarking of this agreement with comparable agreements worldwide would demonstrate this agreement as, and I'm giving you the language, it's very strong, an extreme act of larceny against ordinary Bahamians. And I got the terms. You never have enough time to go through it, but I got the terms. It's being described, people who have analyzed it, as an extreme act of larceny against the Bahamian people. On the issue of talking about weather radar, we saw a statement recently by NEMA, which says there'll be no storm shelters for the people of Grand Bahama. What was it? Grand Bahama, Abaco, and who else? I think Auckland or whoever, several islands. Selena Point. And they're telling people of Grand Bahama to leave the island. And I'm just wondering, are we serious with that? Are we serious with that being the solution? You're saying they should evacuate. You missed that? Central will go get that NEMA thing. I just want to know if y'all are serious, the government is serious about that. The Minister of National Security is here, and I just want to raise one or two issues. Earlier this year, he told the Bahamian people that within the first 3 months of this year, police officers will be equipped with body cameras. I'm asking him to tell the House the status of this acquisition, which is very, very urgent, as we see an increase in police-involved killings. It is causing anxiety in the community. It is critical to holding public confidence, and it is absolutely urgent. And then I want to raise a point for the reservists. I keep talking about these reservists in the shelters. They've been guarding the shelters post-Dorian, I'm advised, ever since the hurricane. I was advised this morning that they've finally been paid, but the remuneration is $500 in total. In the words of one officer, and I'm quoting, this is what the officer says: "It is really painful for me to have left my family each night, working from 12 to 8 a.m., only to take home $500 for 9 months, working 160 hours a month. My Lord, it is really not fair." I'm asking the minister to look at that and to see that cannot be correct. That's against the labor laws, and they're police officers. And I must raise a concern on the verbal fisticuff, they call it that, it seems, between the Minister of National Security and the former Minister of Health. Whatever the views are, we should know, why is the police count at odds with that of the Minister of National Security? I think that has to be clarified. In closing, Speaker, we are in wind down time with this regime. Their tenure has thus far been weak. Their credibility is at junk status. You have had a damaging effect on our economy with your bad decisions, and you have sacrificed the interests of the poor and average Bahamians to your wealthy supporters and your foreign economic interests. And I gave you 3 examples and I started. You have hung the Bahamian people out to dry after washing us and pressing us. Entertaining? Ain't no entertaining here. This is a roller coaster. Your words have been fairly meaningless. This is not the people's time. But very soon, it will be the people's time. When they go to the polls. And then and only then will we see that it is the people's time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? Honorable Member, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Cat Island from Kingston, Salvador.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member.
Thank you. Speaker, the original lineup of speakers had allotted 2 hours for me.
Today?
2 hours for me to speak. That was, and I'm only now being informed that somehow, later, something was just sent out over the weekend. That suggests that I will now only be speaking for 1 hour. Just trying to understand, because if it were otherwise, we would have done it, because they sent me a schedule saying 2 hours. They sent me a schedule saying that I would have 2 hours. Question it, and I'm now being told I would only have 1 hour. It's not, no, it's not the House rule, because we as, Mr. Speaker, we as the House could agree that we will go for 2 hours. I just need to, do I have the 2 hours?
Chair
It's not a
recognizes.
question of,
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Down. Honorable Member for Marathon.
Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Down.
The member will yield. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as per the rules of the House,
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, we do know that the opposition is afforded a member to be able to speak for 2 hours. I had inquired of the side opposite which member would be taking that 2 hours. And it was our understanding, though we put the member for Cat Island down for the 2 hours as the leader of the opposition. The understanding is, Mr. Speaker, according to the rules,
Honorable members, the
one
member for Bamboo
member
Down has
from
the
side
floor.
opposite speaks for 2 hours. Okay? The member for Exoma and Ragged Island spoke for 1 hour and 39 minutes. Okay? And so under that understanding, Mr. Speaker, the member who is the Shadow Minister for Finance, it was our understanding that he was the individual who was taking advantage of the 2 hours. And you agree? And so, Mr. Speaker,
Remember.
Mr. Speaker, we end up in this argument, it seems, every budget debate. Or this point of disagreement on the amount of time.
Honorable member, honorable members. 2 members are on their feet at the same time.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it is well known that the rule speaks to the fact that one member from the side opposite during the budget debate will be accorded to 2 hours. How the opposition decides will take advantage of that 2 hours is left with them. It was our understanding that it would have been the shadow minister, the Minister for Finance, who spoke for an hour and 39 minutes, Mr. Speaker. And based on that, the leader of the opposition then is accorded the other hour.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumpkins, and Salvador.
Because you would have gotten, I think, a list of and the hours allotted. You would have had, how would I know? Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm not talking about the rules. I think Parliament could agree the hours of speaking. When, if it were
Honorable members,
if it were not, that they did not indicate that we would speak for the 2 hours, Mr. Speaker, I just need to understand what they have done, because I will call that as a complete, you all have committed a fraud on the opposition. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at, you can see it yourself. Please set the record straight.
honorable members, I was given also a list of speakers, which has undergone several amendments and adjustments. I was of the impression that the honorable member for the Thomas and Ragged Island would speak for 2 hours. Now, I don't know if there's any other arrangement for other persons to speak for more than 2 hours, but I was under the impression that the member for Exuma and Ragged Island would speak for 2 hours. That is why there was no indication by the chair when he spoke and went over the hour and a half mark. I didn't question it because I was under the impression
what you would have seen in the list of speakers and time allotted, you would have seen 2 hours for for the member for Exuma, and you were saying 2 hours for myself. Right now, we know what the rules are, and we would have ordered ourselves differently if they had not put it out that way, and we could have agreed with that, Mr. Speaker. And the question is, and I said, if it is not 2 hours, just accusing them of committing a fraud on the opposition. Because if we are doing different, there was no agreement. They sent it out. It was their list that they sent to us.
the chair recognizes the honorable member for Marathon. Yeah. Honorable members, as I understand it, the chair's position, honorable member for Cat Island, Rumpkins and Salvador, the chair's position is that, based on my understanding, the member for Exumas was granted the 2 hour slot, notwithstanding honorable member for Cat Island, Rumpkins and Salvador. When you have your opportunity to speak, the chair will be flexible in granting an extension, but not necessarily an hour extension, but be flexible. So, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Marathon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope that those words by the member for Cat Island, Rumpkins and Salvador, I know they won't interfere in my time. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I'm always interested to hear the moaning.
Honorable member for Marathon. Yes.
Sorry.
could replenish the member for Marathon. Many. To replenish Marathon. Chair recognizes the member for Marathon.
Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I'd like to congratulate good members of my constituency for having survived the Christie Davis administration, and I emphasize the Davis, that let them drink poison, that let them inhale poison, yeah, that let them cook in poison.
Chair recognizes Cat Island Ronki.
This member is accusing me. This member is accusing me of a criminal act. This member is accusing.
Marathon.
I don't know where you went for lunch today, but let me just tell you.
Members.
You should never have what I have.
Member for Cat Island, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will not allow this member to malign my character by suggesting he ought to withdraw that. He's saying that we allowed residents of Marathon to drink poison water. Do you know what that means, Mr. Deputy Speaker? All right. He ought to withdraw that and withdraw it now.
This is a senior member. I'm going to address my comments to you.
Yes, please.
Because he may be sensitive about this issue. And he'll pick on any kind of red herring to stop me. Because he wants to stop the voice of the people, the voice of reason and truth. But today,
Marathon.
he will not stop it.
Marathon.
Not gonna happen.
Marathon.
That's Mr. Deputy. I'm just making my point.
No. I know you're making your point. Let's try. We all gentlemen in here, honorable men
Of course.
and ladies.
Of course. But I'm really-
The chair. 1 second, Mark.
Yes, sir.
The chair is just gonna, in the spirit, Mr. Marathon. I'd be all gentlemen and gentlemen. Can you reword? I know you're a very learned man.
Allow me to
And be
rephrase.
careful of how. I think the point. I think you get the point with the member.
No, I'm going to rephrase.
Yeah, you rephrase it
You know why?
in parliamentary.
Because I've listened to the member for Engliston 3 years. He's vehement. The right the people.
I'm not suggesting that you can't.
No, I'm not. No, I'm going into my response.
Yeah.
Even though the good member for Cat Island, Rumkey and San Salvador is leaving now, but that's all right. He can come back. He can come back. Come back.
Member Marathon, carry on.
Thank you.
Carry on.
Thank you. I'm making it
Guided,
simple.
be guided. Be
I
guided.
am guided. I'm always guided by the wisdom of the deputy speaker, and I'm a.
Very well.
All right. Now, the point I'm making is this. A senior man like Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador has been practicing law from before I was born. He is aware, and he's a QC, designated a QC by the cabinet or the government of which he was a part of in the last term. But I'll leave that alone. Because he's a skilled man, obviously, right? The point I'm making is this. He's fully aware of collective agreement. Comes in and he talks about that all the time with us here. Me as a cabinet minister, he says, collective responsibility, blah, blah, blah. The fact of the matter is that the then sitting member for Marathon and the cabinet, actually the then sitting member for Marathon confessed that they made a decision that he would lose his job to not tell the people about the Rubis leak. And as a result of that, oh, sure.
I recognize English then.
I don't think the member for Marathon said that a decision was made that he would lose his job. No, he did not. He never said it. Yes, I was there. He was never. And calm down. You seem very spirited right now. Calm down. Calm down. Very spirited. Spirited.
Anglican, member.
Spirited.
Member, Anglican.
Oh, sorry. Oh, that spirited. But anyway, sorry. Not with what?
Members. The chair is not going to allow. It's too early for this. Members, the chair is not going to allow the back and forth across the room with insulting words, insulting words to each other or words. Don't. Listen, I don't know. I don't know that he.
No, but I think
I'm
it's very
saying,
important for.
and I'm gonna ask. I know he was not on his feet. If there's any record of that, have a punch from the records. Can you make your point that you were making on your point of order?
No, the point of order is that the member never said that. What the member, the former member, was saying was that there was a cabinet decision made, and he was bound by that decision or whatever what he's saying, and that if he were to speak publicly, it would result in his separation from the cabinet. He never said a decision was made that he would lose his job in relation to that. No, it's not the same difference. And I will
Member
be
for
getting up.
Marathon.
I'm going to be very busy today.
Member for Marathon. I think obviously all members here are quite aware. Again, the chair is going to ask you, learned man, honorable.
Thank you. Indeed. So let me phrase it this way.
Yes.
Let me phrase it this way. Let me phrase it. On the run up to this election, right? On the run up to this election, I had my life threatened, right? I had it threatened on the run up to this election. They tried to break into my office. They tried to smash the back door of my home. They threatened to arrest my mother on her deathbed. Let's be real here. Well, I mean,
Carry on, Marathon.
the fact of the matter is, I could understand people not remembering because it's convenient or politically expedient,
So on the point of one,
but I remember.
the member is being threatened to be arrested. Who did that? Who? Only the police could arrest. The minister is right there. I mean, who? Only the police could arrest. No, you weren't there at the time, but you know the system. Only the police can arrest. And frankly, I find that very hard to believe, and I don't believe it. I do not believe it. I do not believe it.
Thank you, I understand.
And no, what I'm saying though, Mr. Deputy, I do not want that member casting aspersions on me, on what he is saying, all these different, breaking into his house and all this kind of thing.
I don't know.
No.
I don't know.
No. You're saying it's convenient that I've forgotten. That's what you said just now. You just said I've forgotten something. No, I can't calm down. No, but I'm spirited though.
Members.
I'm not spirited. Thank you. Yeah, so Stephanie,
Yes.
thank you.
Can you carry on? But again, the chair is asking kindly, respectfully. I know you're being very I can't tell you how to debate, how to present your presentation. But again, let's try to be parliamentary as possible. And the other members, I don't think it's necessary to jump on every word every member says, unless it's unparliamentary. Otherwise, we know the rules. So, Marathon, we're going to ask you to carry on smartly.
And I'm watching my time, Mr. Deputy.
Yes, I'm familiar with objections.
Mr. Speaker, I recently received a photograph of my grandfather, who served in this house in 1931. He was elected for the Exuma district in, I believe it was March. My mother was born in January of. I saw his face for the first time in my life this month. First time. I put it on Facebook. And I would wish to say that I am extremely proud and grateful for his sacrifice. His name is Arnold Joseph Kemp. My uncle, his son, died in the midst of all of this about 4 weeks ago. My daughter, Danielle, in the midst of COVID, had to be admitted for emergency surgery in the midst of all of this. So one of the things I learned about COVID and everything that's going on is what's so insidious about it is it stops us and prevents us from being human. Because we don't even get to go and touch loved ones in hospital, loved ones that are enduring trauma. And this is beyond the political divide. Beyond that, because PLP, FNM, DNA, it doesn't matter. We all have family who get ill. And this particular time in our history has been extremely challenging for those who have loved ones that are in hospital. And, I experienced it. It's an awful time. So I encourage those who are in the grip of it to endure. I also mentioned that the reason why I brought up my mother, and I will reflect, I'll take 4 sentences. She's not as famous or as well known as the mother of the honorable member for Engliston or the father. No, I mean that with the greatest of respect. I'll tell you why. Because, well, let me finish. Because, no, Engliston, I say this with great sincerity. My mother and her friends admired them. They lived in Kemp Road, Father Street. They admired the work that I saw it when your mother passed away, and the tears that they felt, the stories. I respect her, admire her contribution, and I congratulate her. But so much has happened, Mr. Speaker, since the last budget debate. Our nation, our country, our homes, and our lives have been challenged and stretched in ways beyond the furthest contemplation of any single living human. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it came at a time when we were enjoying record tourism numbers. The tourism man was doing his job when evidence of our transformation was taking root. Free tuition at UB and BTVI, closing fiscal gaps and increasing foreign direct investment. We at the Ministry of Environment and Housing, we were doing our part. Transformation at the New Providence sanitary landfill, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm sure that's a topic near and dear to you. And you will explain in due course when was the last time you had a fire at the landfill. Installation of over 1 megawatt of energy, 30+ home sites for Bahamians, with more to come, and working with the Ministry of Work and Bahamas Power and Light to stop oil pollution at Clifton Pier. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, this is what we were about. People's transformation. We were on track to transform the city of Nassau, our nation's heart, a city that welcomed our forebears as they came to Nassau from the islands, nursing dreams of their own, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the courage to make life better and the commitment, God and each other, to see it through. They are the foundation upon which we stand. So it was fitting to crown this long neglected jewel with a new cruise port, a new central bank building, the demolition of the old post office, and the opening of the new headquarters, Bahamas. Deputy Speaker, then it happened. First Dorian, then COVID-19, a global pandemic. At this point, I congratulate the healthcare professionals for the excellent work done. I also take this opportunity to congratulate the former Minister of Health and the representative for Elizabeth for the work that he did. For the work that he did, congratulations. The quick and rapid closure of schools and public spaces saved lives. At the end of the day, saving lives is actually the only priority. The only. And I also offer sincere thanks and appreciation to our nation's frontline essential workers who risk their lives of their families every day. Keep us safe, fed. And I had to avail myself. I thank finally by getting substance, whatever it takes. I thank and I offer sincere condolences to the families of those who would have lost loved ones to COVID. Mr. Deputy Speaker, upon the announcement of the COVID-19 emergency lockdown order on the 16th of March 2020, the Ministry of Environment and Housing activated its plan to keep the essential functions of the ministry operational at a time when our country needed us the most. Critical and essential staff worked from home. The executive team worked from home and visited the office periodically, and the administrative support team remained alert and responsive. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Department of Environmental Health Services was declared an essential services, and rightly so, maintaining the support to ensure the collection of garbage and operation of the landfill are essential. So I thank them also. I also congratulate the Bahamas National Geographic Information Service Center, otherwise known as BENGIS, for their most excellent work in GIS mapping and contact tracing. Your work saved lives. Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the ministry is reopening. Since the 4th of May, essential staff report to work on a shift system. As with other ministries, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and departments, staff are required to have face masks, wash or sanitize their hands frequently, and practice social distancing. Mr. Speaker, I am extremely proud of the work of my ministry over the past fiscal year. We achieved many landmark goals, which will transform, protect, and ensure an environmental legacy for generations of Bahamians to come. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have one goal, one singular purpose: to protect, conserve, and maintain the integrity and sustainability of the environment for the well-being of the Bahamian people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the late 1950s, scientists in the Antarctic noticed what appeared to be a hole in the ozone layer. Ozone, which is essentially oxygen, is critical to life on Earth. It protects us from the sun's harmful rays, and it helps to give us oxygen, which is actually life itself. Well, that ozone was disappearing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, nations came together. Political parties came together. Diverse groups came together. And the Montreal Protocol was signed, banning the chemicals causing the problem. Today, the ozone hole is closing. The reason why I mention this, Mr. Speaker, is that it demonstrates that bipartisanship works, that working together works. And to the congratulations of the side opposite and the government, this is exactly what we did. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as long as anyone can remember, environmentalists, attorneys, concerned citizens, foreign investors complained about the absence of environmental laws. This was recognized by our party, and the need was expressed in our manifesto. This is especially poignant in that many Bahamians were horrified to find out that cruise lines were deliberately polluting our waters. This environmental savagery, and I term it savagery, barbarism, only served to highlight the gaping hole in our environmental legislation. The task at hand, this task, to change the environmental legislative landscape, was taken up by the Climate Change Unit. At this point, I wish to congratulate them for their hard work. In the manifesto, our government promised to create a Ministry of Environment by enacting legislation to incorporate, encapsulate, and bring together the various environmental legislation in the government, including the various ministries, and coalesce it into one unit, a functional unit to provide clarity and stability for both Bahamians and foreign direct investors alike. What does this mean, Mr. Deputy Speaker? It means that we didn't have a statutory entity called the Ministry of Environment to act, function, and manage the environment for the benefit of the Bahamian people. I am happy to report that we achieved this goal with the recent bipartisan passing of the suite of environmental legislation, which included the Ministry of Environment Act, the Department of Planning and Protection Act, Bahamas National Trust Amendment Act, Bahamas Protected Areas Fund Amendment Act, the control of single-use plastic. The most comprehensive suite of environmental legislation in our history, and I would be the first to congratulate both members of the government, members opposite, for their bipartisan support of this important. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we will forge ahead with the creation of the Ministry of Environment and the creation of the Department of Environmental Planning and Protection as outlined in the legislation. The BEST Commission will be subsumed by the department, and the new department will be staffed by employees of BEST. Mr. Deputy Speaker, again, as stated in our manifesto, our government promised to phase out the use of single-use plastics by 2020. I am happy to report that we successfully passed the legislation to assist in achieving this goal. The Environmental Protection Control of Plastic Pollution Act 2019 was passed unanimously in Parliament and came into effect on the 1st of January 2020. Soon we will see the benefits in the environment. Reduce litter on our streets and beaches, less impact on wildlife, and reducing our contribution to climate change. The first phase of the ban saw the prohibition of imports on the forbidden four: plastic bags, plastic straws, plastic food utensils, and styrofoam cups and food containers. It also introduced a bag fee for plastic bags at the point of sale and made it illegal to release balloons into the atmosphere. Over the past 12 months, Mr. Deputy Speaker, over 25,000 reusable shopping bags were distributed to Bahamians across the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, made possible through our partnerships with Abaco Markets Limited, New Providence Ecology Park, the Insurance Commission of the Bahamas, Alive, and Rev Bahamas. We thank them for their support. As the public education and outreach campaign continues, the unit will continue to interact with the general public, businesses, schools, and civic organizations to increase understanding of the importance of the significance of this issue. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me put this into perspective for my fellow Bahamians. The largest single retail distributor of single-use shopping plastic bags distributes 38 million of them. That's one chain, Mr. Deputy. That's one chain, 38 million. Within the Ministry of Environment, the experts, did their own analysis and they came to the figure of 80 to 100 million of these every year. And this has nothing to do with the jetsam and flotsam that washes up on the beaches of our island. And ultimately, everyone in this honorable house knows that not all of those 100 million end up in the landfill. Many end up in the bush, lining our streets, our beaches. Unfortunately, litter is a perennial problem. On the 1st of July 2020, the ban will completely come into force, making it illegal to use, manufacture, or distribute any of the forbidden items, or to release balloons into the atmosphere. We are working with the vendors, the Department of Environmental Health Services, foreign contractors, and of course the Ecology Park staff to create lay-down sites for these bags to go into, and to explore opportunities with foreign partners how the bags could be used to create furniture. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the science is conclusive. The data is clear. It points to the fact that our planet is getting hotter. Summer 2019 was the hottest summer on record, setting off natural disasters, cataclysmic events, and as a direct result in the Bahamas, we were impacted by Hurricane Dorian. It's a direct result of a hot planet. Hurricane Dorian was the strongest hurricane on record since they've been keeping record in the Atlantic. It slammed into Grand Bahama and Abaco, and it changed us forever. By now, all Bahamians are aware. Stores dead, hundreds missing, livelihoods lost. What took generations to build in Grand Bahama, Abaco, was gone 48 hours. My ministry recognizes the urgency. We know that we are in a race against time. And our only defense, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is how well we prepare. Preparation is our only defense. An effective way to tackle this challenge, though, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is to increase the renewable energy penetration, particularly on public buildings. The ministry places special attention on identifying opportunities to increase and introduce renewable energy in the public sector. The adoption of renewable energy goes hand in hand with energy efficiency, Mr. Deputy Speaker, offering a range of benefits well beyond its contribution to climate policies. These benefits include increased disposable income, improved productivity, improved air quality, and poverty alleviation. Let me advise, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that whilst renewable energy penetration in public spaces is the responsibility of the Ministry of Environment and Housing, the onus to develop and the responsibility for generating, transmitting, and distributing electricity fully vested in PPL. That said, the Climate Change Unit is very effective at fulfilling its mandate to secure donor funding to construct renewable energy projects on public buildings, schools, and public spaces. For example, in March 2019, with funding from the United Arab Emirates, approximately 1 megawatt of solar panels were installed at the Thomas A. Robinson National Stadium in the form of a solar car park. This was the first of its kind in the region, and it won the Caribbean Renewable Energy Forums Award for the best distributed generation project. I wish to thank the staff at BPL for facilitating the fact that this is the grid-tied project. I also wish to thank the staff at the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture for accommodating, working with us to make. Mr. Deputy Speaker, second project at the Anatole Rogers High School won the Caribbean Renewable Energy Forums Award for the best energy efficiency project. This project was funded from a grant from the Italian government. The project was completed in September 2019 and features 250 kilowatts of roof-mounted solar panels and improvements in energy efficiency, such as light and vacant room sensing. The other projects on the way, I was just looking around for Long Island, because I was about to use his phrase, or in the pipeline. The Relay Pipe 2, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Ministry of Environment and Housing, includes the installation of 136.2 kilowatts of solar panels with a battery backup on the roof of T.G. Glover Primary School. This project is expected to be completed by year's end and will feature the construction of a greenhouse and a pilot recycling program. This project was also funded by the Italian government, and at this point, I offer the gratitude to people of the Bahamas. We also intend to construct and install at the Office of the Prime Minister 475.5 kilowatts of solar panels in the form of another solar car park. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we access capital through the Green Climate Fund, which is the world's largest environmental climate fund. It has the equivalent of $10.3 billion in pledges from 43 governments. The Ministry of Environment and Housing is the national designated authority and focal point for our country to access critical resources to fund projects. Some of these projects include the Grid Stability Study in New Providence, which augments the work of BPL and the IDB to evaluate the stability of our distribution network as we bring more renewable energy projects. Another important project funded by the Green Climate Fund is the Storm Surge Modeling Project. Applied for and approved after Hurricane Dorian, the project includes the digitization of decades of daily weather data, which feed into climate change and weather models to help predict cataclysmic events. Deputy Speaker, I turn now to the best. As I mentioned earlier, the Department of Environmental Planning and Protection will subsume the estimate, much in the same as a mango evolves flower or the blossom. The best commission is the government's chief environmental policy advisor. When it metamorphoses into the Department of Environmental Planning and Protection, we will, for the first time in our history, have a legislative regime, an environmental legislative regime, capable of adapting to future needs while satisfying present requirements. The key driver in the Bahamian economy, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is foreign direct investment. Our country does not have an internationally traded dollar. Our dollar is pegged to the US dollar. And for every dollar in circulation in our country, theoretically, there's a US dollar in the central bank. Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, how do we suppose that we get those dollars? They magically appear? No, they appear as a result of foreign direct investment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the economy having been shut down for months, it's of critical importance to send a signal to the world that we are ready for business. We are ready to rebound. We are taking those precautions to protect our people, but we want the economy to restart. We are ready to restore the lives of thousands of Bahamians and help them to pick up the fragments of what once was their life. Help them press on to a loftier goal. It is beyond doubt that COVID-19 decimated our economy, but we remain with hope. While experiencing the nightmare of no tourism, we are an innovative people. We are people of conviction. Our economic history is stained with boom and bust cycles. Yet, we only need to think back to China. I'll leave that there. In the face of the greatest economic challenge of our time, we assure the Bahamian people that in no way whatsoever, absolutely no way, are we willing to compromise our environmental integrity for the sake of investment. Never. And to back up this premise, this government of which I'm a part has passed the toughest environmental legislation in the history of our country. In the upcoming budget cycle, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Best Commission will be managing key development projects throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. In islands such as Grand Bahama, Abaco, Eleuthera, Exuma, the Berry Islands, and New Providence. The Commission continues, as a part of its mandate, to provide public education on the environment and the development of policy inputs from various national committees on matters relating to the environment, science, and technology. For instance, Mr. Speaker, the Nagoya Protocol, the object of which is to develop laws for something called access benefit sharing. Now, let me explain this further to the Bahamian people. We intend, and we will, table in the House of Assembly this critical environmental protection legislation before the end of the year. The main purpose of the legislation is to exercise the Bahamas' national sovereign right to control the access to genetic resources and the associated traditional knowledge of its community by providing enabling domestic legislation for the implementation of an access benefit sharing framework. This legislation is just about complete and honest. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I cannot and I will not underscore the importance of this legislation. What does this mean in real terms? Let me illustrate. I'll give you two examples. Consider all the folk remedies you know. Sarasi, Yalo, Strongback, Five Finger. And there's some other common names I'm not going to mention. We had people come into our country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and talk to our elders, talk to our old people, and learn not our history, but our natural remedies. And they took that information and they used that as a blueprint in the pharmaceutical industry to provide remedies. We didn't get a penny. And I want you to know that this initiative is supported by the members of it. As I hinted at the very beginning, one of the things I'm very grateful for is that for the most part, with the exception of that brief with the exception of what happened in Marathon, they're all right. But consider scenario 2, where organisms in our Bahamas, and specific organisms, soft coral, jellyfish, microbes, sediment in our blue hole, these have also been targeted. There are instances where cosmetic companies come to the Bahamas because chemicals, biochemicals in these organisms are that much more rich, that much more pure, that much more easy to extract. They are making money off of our. We will end this. We will end this. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we will enact a framework so our country gets the royalties from traditional knowledge and our genetically extracted material or biochemical derivative. In short, any knowledge that comes from our people, whether it's from our elders or whether it's from our flora, it belongs to us. It is our birthright, and we are coming to get it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Bahamas is a signatory to the United Nations Framework on Climate Change. We have an urgent need in a post-Dorian age to not just strengthen our adaptation and resiliency capacity, but to play a role on the global stage in the most critical fight of this generation, the fight against climate change, the urgent need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and the like. To this end, in addition to transforming the landfill, the last time you heard of a fire down there, the landfill, I'll leave that, and passing landmark environmental legislation, the Bahamas embarked on producing 3 national reports for submission to the United Nations Framework on Climate Change. The first report is the 3rd national communication. Second, the initial biennial update report. And the 3rd and final report, an updated nationally determined contribution. The National Climate Change Committee is assisting to identifying training opportunities for Bahamians to build national capacity data collection and verification, Mr. Deputy. A partnership initiative will be formulated with the Bahamas Technical Vocational Institute to offer certification in these courses so that we can readily match young Bahamians with opportunities out there. I turn now to the Cartagena Convention and related protocols. The Commission continues to be engaged in the Cartagena Convention protocol, which provides and governs protection and development of the marine environment of the wider Caribbean region. The convention, Mr. Deputy Speaker, focuses on land-based sources of pollution, dumping of waste at sea, pollution from ships, biodiversity protection, and airborne pollution, among other things. Consistent with the parties' obligation under Article 4 of the Convention to cooperate and assist and endeavor to harmonize our policies, the Commission submitted the national report to the Secretariat in April 2019. The Commission has also submitted a project proposal for $5 million to assist with the development of a legislative framework for the monitoring and control of the discharge of ballast water within the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Let me take this opportunity, Mr. Deputy, to issue a warning call. And that warning call is this. We are determined in our resolve, and this is a bipartisan determination, to protect our environment. And no developer is welcome in here unless they respect our laws. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the United Nations Convention on Biodiversity has been important. The BEST Commission received $200,000 from the Jeff Global Environment Facility to complete and submit the 5th and 6th national reports to the United Nations Convention on Biodiversity. The project encapsulates and reports on the country's advancement towards national and international goals. The final draft, when completed, will be tabled in this honorable House before submission to the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity. But pursuant to this convention, Mr. Deputy, there's a $1.7 million Jeff-funded environmental works program going on in East Grand Bahama. These environmental works are both necessary and diverse, and it includes training programs to increase the capacity of residents to pursue careers in ecotourism. It includes the development of a Bahamian village concept to encourage sustainable livelihood. It includes creek restoration projects, watershed management projects, and land use planning initiatives. At present, there are 6 vacancies for consultants associated with the project, and the Commission is desirous of having persons from East Grand Bahama or Grand Bahama be a part of it. But it draws our attention to the Global Environment Facility, or GEF, the full-size project. GEF full-size project, meeting the challenge of 2020 in the Bahamas, is a 5-year, $6.2 million project, Mr. Deputy, which builds upon the country's commitment to the 2013 Caribbean Challenge Initiative, which was and is to protect 20% of our nearshore and inshore coastal environment by 2020. The project will involve the enhancement of protected area management strategy. Train protected area managers, bolster community ownership and involvement, but more importantly, promote environmentally sustainable agricultural practices as we march forward toward security. The project partners include the BEST Commission, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Marine Resources, Bahamas National Trust, and the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation for Agriculture. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now turn my attention to the activities completed under the Department of Environmental Health Services for the fiscal year. Deputy Speaker, the vision for the Ministry of Environment is a bifurcated approach to environment. Bifurcated is a fancy term for split in two. Right? So a two-pronged approach. We will approach it in 2 parts. The new Department of Environmental Planning and Protection will deal with green matters, sustainability issues, development issues, legislative issues. But the Department of Environmental Health Services will continue to deal with brown matters, waste management, landfill, derelict vehicles, and sanitation issues, public sanitation. One critical aspect of this is the removal of derelict vehicles. We remain focused on removing these items from our community, but it is a work in progress. The IDB estimates that there are more than 100,000 derelict vehicles, and that's in New Providence. Under the Department of Environmental Health Services Derelict Vehicle Project, a total of 2,428 vehicles were identified and removed from various communities in New Providence, and that is during the first half of the fiscal year. The total consists of 35 commercial vehicles, 482 trucks, 1,503 cars, and 208 vehicles were removed from Abaco post-storage. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Department of Environmental Health Services continues to collect the bulk waste from communities. This task is often daunting, and in some ways it's frustrating, because as fast as we move it, they put it back. And I mean as fast, sometimes the same day. But, we get it. We understand. And we will do our part to improve the quality of lives for Bahamians and people, and to clean their surroundings. To this end, cleanup activities were conducted in various communities, including Fox Hill, Engliston, Marathon, Yamacraw, Garden Hills, and Seabreeze. With pleasure. Approximately 450 cubic yards of combined waste was removed from these communities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I turn my attention now to the residential garbage collection. Deputy Speaker, from the onset, we believed that we wanted to transform waste management in our country. We first resolved to bring the landfill under control, to end the sporadic fires, and bring order to it. That's been done. Secondly, we wanted to remove single waste and plastics and styrofoam from our waste stream. We wanted to control the kinds of waste generate. Kinds of waste going into the landfill. That's been done too. Third prong was to collect waste twice weekly. What does this do? This does not allow waste to accumulate at your premises, thereby having great benefit of reducing flies and vermin. And there's no single person in New Providence that cannot attest to the benefit of having their waste removed for free twice weekly. Mr. Speaker, I turn my attention to the Environmental Monitoring and Risk Assessment Division, which monitors oil spills and fuel companies. Of course, this unit is always busy, and they always continue to conduct a number of investigations in relation to indoor air quality and any report of any groundwater contamination leak. And they continue to monitor the cleanup efforts at Equinor. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to give you a brief update. If you would, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm going to promote you one day. However, I'm going to do that too. I'm going to do that too. I'm going to resist the devil, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You would recall, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that Equinor revised its volumes of crude oil spill from 119,000 barrels to 55. To date, 58,774 barrels of oil and water have been recovered. These numbers have been verified independently by an entity called AMTEC, which is a global firm headquartered in the United States, which specializes in such matters. In addition, Mr. Deputy Speaker, 20,886 contaminated soil bags, 37,892 cubic yards of contaminated soil, and 5,352 cubic yards of contaminated wood chip have been removed. Testing of the groundwater in the area is ongoing. But I want to emphasize to the Bahamian people that testing of the groundwater at the Equinor site has been conducted both by Equinor and both by the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas using an independent lab. The results show that there's been no contamination to the groundwater in the area. Groundwater sampling and collection from the 27 monitoring well, both around the perimeter and within the site, is ongoing. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in addition to the goat, 3 birds, which I thought would be interesting for all of you. Thought it would be interesting. And we say that, and I don't want to make light of the subject, but 12 other animals were oiled. One of the things that happened in the wake of Equinor is that our country is not used to dealing with oil spills. It's actually very common. You just think back to any oil spill that impacts wildlife. It's actually very common to give a wildlife report. And I'm going to give it now. 12 other animals were oiled as a result of the spill. It's 16 animals in total. 3 of them were found dead. Right? 3 were found dead. 13 were admitted for rehabilitation and released into the wild. I'm almost afraid to break down the other animals because I see the member for Exuma just looking at me. I know he has his people on WhatsApp, ready to go. But my grandfather was the representative for Exuma, and we love him. But we passed. But I think the point I'm really trying to emphasize, and I've always been trying to emphasize, is this: that the oil spill happened. Oil was released, crude oil was released. We know about the forest, but we, unfortunately, due to colonialization, we look at all the pine forest, and it implies that there's no life in it. It implies that it is actually void of Bahamian life, but nothing could be further from the truth. The flora is diverse, the fauna is diverse, and we had a spill like that, 16 animals. Thankfully, it wasn't worse. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we passed landmark legislation to protect the environment. And as I foreshadowed earlier, we will table by the end of the year further legislation. But I'll tell you something that the Ministry of Environment Act cannot do. I'll tell you something that the Department of Environmental Planning and Protection Act cannot do. I'll say to you that even though we passed the Bahamas National Trust Amendment Act, which helps them to do their job better, or Bahamas Protected Areas Fund Act, which helps them to do their job better, there's still some things that laws cannot do. I'll tell you what it is. It cannot stop people from shooting. It cannot stop cruise ships from dumping. It cannot stop Bahamians from not caring about their environment. As a matter of fact, no executive order made by the competent authority to do that. Who does that is in. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, from day one, we focused on getting the Environmental Court and the Prosecutions Unit of the Department of Environmental Health Services up and running. And I'm happy to report that in 2019, February, is when they began, and they continue their work. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I turn my attention to the Forestry Unit. The role of the Forestry Unit is to develop the forest resources of the Bahamas to their maximum potential by applying sound scientific and sustained yield forest management principles and concepts. Deputy Speaker, forests are not only critical to life on our planet, they are a reserve of biodiversity and genetic resources, which have the potential to transform our country. If you want to see how important forests are, I invite every member of this honorable House to try and hold their breath 5 minutes. It emphasizes the point that everything that we exhale in the form of carbon dioxide, forests breathe in. Everything that they exhale in the form of oxygen, we breathe in. The forests are actually our external lungs. So the work of the Forestry Unit is fundamental to maintaining a healthy environment for Bahamians, and this unit has a number of initiatives coming up in this fiscal year. You would recall, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the Bahamas pledged to plant 10,000 trees by December 31st, 2017. That was completed when the Most Honorable Prime Minister planted 10,000 trees in Government House, December 2017. Subsequently, and yeah, but those, well, I'm hearing that, and I'd like to, I'm gonna put a pin in this right now, and let's talk about cashew. Talk about that, right? Because I'm being called out now, and I'm gonna answer the call. I'm gonna answer the call. You know why? I'm from St. Anne. But here's what the situation is. Sorry, Freetown. I'm from Freetown. Here's what the situation is. First, let's put this into perspective, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Casuarinas are an invasive species. They are Australian pine. Invasive means no, I'm going to break that down. Let me unpack that. That means that they are not a part of the indigenous trees that were here. They were actually brought here by the colonists. Those aren't the only trees. But the problem with casuarinas, which makes them so insidious, is that their leaves, what they call needles, blanket all the other trees from in them. And if they are found on the beach, they do not stabilize the sand dune and high energy event. In other words, you walk along, you think all it takes is one hurricane to knock that tree over on the beachy road. That has been proven by some of our most, I want to say, revered coastal scientists. Some of our most revered visitors. And one of the challenges that we face with it, particularly in the Eastern District, particularly near Pullen Division number 5, is that, well, people actually crash into them and die. Their roots dig up the road. And what you are actually doing is you are putting into the ecosystem generations of trees to come. This is a huge problem. A huge problem. We have many areas in the Bahamas where natural forests and species have been smothered, killed as a result of that. This is a huge problem. And when we hear invasive species, to be absolutely clear, there are a number of invasive species in the Bahamas. You know, cats, dogs, horses, etc. Those are all invasive. I mean, if we really want to have an open and frank discussion on this, and I thank Finance for giving me the opportunity to bring it up. There are many invasive species, but some are more detrimental to our ecosystem. And when you attack the forest base, you attack the very fundamental of what makes the Bahamas the Bahamas. And they have the ability to take over any forest and make it just one type of forest, casuarina. It's a serious problem. So I congratulate the Minister of Works and the Ministry of Works for his initiative. And I will say this, from the very onset, we've worked with the Ministry of Works. I congratulate them. This is a perennial problem. But I'll move on, Mr. Speaker, because Mr. Deputy Speaker, because you'll recall that the Bahamas, even though we pledged to plant 10,000 trees, and we did, we also joined in January 2020 with the Caribbean Philanthropic Associations as they launched the 1 million tree planting initiative in the Caribbean. And this was led by young people. This is being led by young people who are saying that this is our country. And we're watching you, watching what you do. And this is our initiative. Well, the forestry unit is a big part of that. And they're doing their part. And through the ministry, they plan to launch startup packs, seedlings, fruit pots of over 1,000 fruit trees to be planted in the Family Islands. And of course, just looking at the member for Duma and Ragged Island, I wish he would call Cat Island Rumkey back. Tell him I can talk about Rubis right now. I can talk about it at the end. He can come back. We can send him some too. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a memorandum of collaboration between the Forestry Unit and Kew Gardens, United Kingdom, was executed to foster collaboration and training opportunities in the seed banking techniques at Kew. Grant funding was provided by Kew as a part of the Global Tree Seed Project and established a seed bank in the Bahamas for in situ, on-site conservation of native plant seeds. Discussions conducted with the University of the Bahamas for a permanent seed bank to act as a source of plants and genetic material in the event of a cataclysmic natural disaster and for research material are underway. University of the Bahamas indicated they were keen on having the bank on their campus. Talks will continue to advance the seed bank initiative. We have a number of interesting and important plant species in the Bahamas, and we plan to preserve this, an important part of our legacy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my ministry continues to reach out to young people. We understand that in order to change our country, we have to have a critical mass of young people demanding a better Bahamas, believing in a better Bahamas, willing to fight for a better Bahamas. And this is why I look forward to participating in the annual Forestry Week, where we go to various schools, talk to the students about the importance of forests. But regrettably, as a result of COVID-19, we had to reschedule those events. Deputy Speaker, I now turn my attention to the activities of the department. In 2018, Deputy Speaker, we instructed the Department of Housing to reconfigure and redesign subdivision plan for Carmichael Village. This simple adjustment increased the number of available lots to 305. So that means 365 potential Bahamian families, their lives changed. And this was done without compromising the size of the lot. Carmichael Village is situated on 60 acres in southwest New Providence, and it offers the promise of home ownership, the dream of family life, and the hope of leaving a legacy for many deserving. In order to preserve the natural beauty of the community, selected indigenous trees have been identified for preservation. And I am happy to report, because, and I will say this, I mentioned this at an earlier debate in this House, and it caused much consternation to the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and St. Salvador. And I was mentioning bills delivered to the Ministry of Environment versus work done as evaluated by the Ministry of Work. It caused a lot of excitement. But I'm happy to report that for the first time, we have approved civil drawings The civil works have been submitted to the tenders board, and we're very, very close to making a final determination to break ground. Yeah. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Department of Housing is also working actively with the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness, Management, and Reconstruction to provide housing to people in Abaco and Grand Bahama that have been impacted by Hurricane Dorian. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as an approved lender, the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation is authorized to make government-insured loans pursuant to the Housing Act 1967. The corporation is also allowed to make private mortgage loans to qualified individuals. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the corporation, like so many others, was severely impacted. The storm directly affected 510 clients in Grand Bahama and 131 clients in Abaco. Many of the homes were incredibly severely damaged, causing millions of dollars in repairs, as well as the displacement of a significant number of homeowners. Good news is this, Mr. Deputy. All of the units were insured, all of them. This is a result of the corporation's predetermined policy to insure units while under mortgage, and the fact that they actually carried it out. To date, the Grand Bahama clients have all been assessed, and the repair efforts are well over 80% completed. Regrettably, we're experiencing some challenges in Abaco, namely because of the unavailability of contractors in some instances, and some of the challenges in terms of not all the services. But we are working where we can work. We monitor all the time, and as soon as circumstances permit us to expand further, we will be right there. We want the Bahamas, the Bahamian people to know, particularly the people of Abaco, that we are here for them. They're a part of us. Matter of fact, I have very, very strong connections to Abaco. And we're very serious about restoring their lives. Deputy Speaker, for 6 months following Hurricane Dorian, the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation offered payment waivers to all clients in Abaco and Grand Bahama who wished to apply for this reprieve. The corporation also made mobilization payments available to all customers in both islands to further assist the clients in their rebuilding process. Finally, the corporation will extend payment waivers to customers in Abaco for another 6 months, if necessary, and if they apply. But it's a bit, because we appreciate the unique and special circumstances of Abaco. And I cannot emphasize enough, we are one Bahama. And I quote the former marathon, we are one Bahama. As a result of Hurricane Dorian, Mr. Deputy Speaker, both offices located in Freeport and Abaco were closed. Staff of the Abaco office relocated. Freeport office remained closed for 3 months due to major water damage. During this time, a temporary location was established to meet the needs and address the concerns of our clients. Fortunately, the main office was renovated and reopened in January 2020. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Abaco office, however, remains closed as conditions are still not favorable for our staff to return. In terms of lending activity, Mr. Deputy Speaker, attracting new business and maintaining existing mortgages is critical to the work of the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation. The corporation continues to explore and develop private home construction programs through acquiring affordable land that they can develop homes on, and we point to the success of Queens Park redevelopment, urban redevelopment. Over the past year, the corporation executed 16 mortgages totaling $1.904643 million. Turn my attention now to the accounting and affairs of the Bahamas Corporation, which we regard as critical, because proper financial and fiscal management is essential to any lending institution. Bahamas Mortgage Corporation has endeavored and embarked on a project which will have all outstanding audit, which covers a period from 2014 to 2019, completed by the end of calendar year table, bringing them up. But by far, the most anticipated project for the corporation is what I hinted at the very beginning, And this is the long-awaited completion of the new head office facility. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you will recall, and I'm going to remind you, that one of my first ministerial acts was to table the conveyancing document in this honorable House to allow the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation to legally acquire a building on East Hill Street. Once the site of the historic East Hill Club and formerly the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, this 200-year-old building was restored and refurbished, including the ground. The move to the new office ends 37 years of renting by the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation and provides much needed space and accommodation. Yeah, 37 years. But I'm not suggesting anything to anyone in terms of numeracy. But Bahamians throughout the length and breadth of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas have all been impacted by what many call the double whammy: Dorian and COVID-19. The financial challenges are great for many Bahamians. We are aware of that. That's why we had the waiver program. Nevertheless, the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation continues all effort to collect outstanding amounts due. The arrears ratio stands at 47.20%, and we understand that given the current economic climate, many people are just holding on. And that's what we're doing. We don't want that number to increase, but we understand. And we will say this to all Bahamians out there who find themselves in a challenge. And this doesn't just apply to clients of the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation. This applies to clients of all commercial banks, insurance companies. I won't name one. I'll try not to. But the point I'm really making is that every single financial institution post-Dorian COVID has offered some sort of keys to communicate, go in and talk. You don't have to be ashamed. All of us have been there. All of us. Go in and talk. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Bahamas National Geographic Information Services Center, which we call BENGIS, that's a lot to say, and I will refer to it as BENGIS in this communication. The work and technical service of the BENGIS Center is cross-cutting and essential on a number of fronts, including the provision of technical support, training, and conduct of projects, and of course, access to available GIS assets and to authoritative geospatial data and imagery in a web mapping environment. Let me unpack that just a little bit, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Everything in existence in our country has a location, a physical place on the planet. GIS is concerned with mapping that location, saying where it is, providing ancillary information about where it is, the relief of the land, the geography of the land, the amount of people there, does it have utilities, the income levels like. It provides information on a location all in one go. It revolutionizes information transfer in our country. Hurricanes Joaquin, Matthew, Irma, Maria, and Dorian remind us of our vulnerability to disaster. COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Deputy, indicates that external shocks are here to stay. BENGIS Center continues to provide support to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in relation to settling the maritime boundary of the United States of America. BENGIS Center also works with the Bahamas Agricultural Health and Food Safety to collect GIS data, for instance, on the location of wells in Andros, and also to map businesses, including animal, plant, food establishments. Deputy Speaker, as indicated initially, the Center worked with the Ministry of Health's Emergency Operations Center on matters related to addressing the COVID-19 pandemic, including mapping, map production, and information of confirmed COVID-19 cases. As a part of the BENGIS Center's climate resilience strategy, the center is implementing the Geomatics Capacity Enhancement for Disaster Risk Management project. The project has 5 components, including aerial photography and topographic mapping, quality assurance, flood, storm, and surge inundation, wind, and coastal erosion modeling, disaster risk management information system in the government's cloud, and specialized software and equipment. All 5 components have been actioned and 2 are near completion. Some of the deliverables so far include specialized software, large format plotters and scanners, and of course, vehicles to support project field data collection. Another important deliverable, high-resolution imagery, topographic mapping for New Providence, Long Island, Cat Island, Eleuthera, Bimini, Exuma, and surrounding keys. Another deliverable, photo control survey and determination of the transformation parameters provided by the Department of Lands and Survey, which provides technical information for the wider survey. Last but not least, Senate commenced the RFP, request for proposal, process for consultancy services to address existing challenges with its GIS portal. This interface will allow all government agencies to assess information to perform their agency-specific tasks. For the general public, communities, and academia, they will also have access to it, thereby empowering them with critical information in real time. To further strengthen the capacity of the center to meet its national mandate, recruitment of qualified technical human resources with appropriate skill set will be required. Without this, the Benga Center will continue to be challenged to provide agency-wide services that will put us on par with jurisdictions in the region and throughout the world. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I'd like to mention the Be a Hero campaign launched in 2018. The program was geared towards children and culminated in October with awards being given to El Rain Bongong out of Abaco, Karan Thompson, and DeMarco Dabo for their neighborhood and beach cleanup. I wish to thank all 19 school teachers, parents, and communities who participated. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we launched the second phase by inviting civic clubs, neighborhood associations, church congregations, corporate groups, or other organizations to participate. We offered a $10,000 prize to the winner. I wish to thank the Royal Caribbean Cruises for their most generous donation of the prize. It also gives me great pleasure to announce that the winner was the Bahamas Harvest Church, Eastern Branch, and I congratulate them. I actually congratulate, and to be fair, a lot of churches participated, and it shows that their commitment, keeping this part of God's garden. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are 2 issues I'd like to bring clarity to before I sit down. First, came up is the issue of the cane toad. As you know, cane toads are an invasive species, like casuarina, right? Same thing. First identified in 2013 in the Lightfoot Key area. They were dealt with by a committee within the Ministry of Environment and Housing. And they did an effective job, to their credit, which now they have reappeared well, I think like 7 years ago, which in 2 parts speaks to the effectiveness of the program. The fact that it took that long for the utility and progeny to reach a stage where people notice. But immediately upon that, the BEST Commission and the Department of Environmental Health Services formulated a committee. They've done their field tests. Some field tests are ongoing because members of the public are reporting sightings and we are investigating it. But we are activating the plan, which is to deal with them. I have every confidence based on past performance that the plan. And so we are assessing with our partners the gamut of current problems. And then the last thing I want to talk about, Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I sit down, something that I've heard about in this Parliament since I first came. And it captures the imagination of the Bahamian. And that is a subject called Aragana. My colleagues talk about it in here all the time. Some of them talk as if it is the panacea for all of our. I'm not going to comment on that. I'm going to speak truth, power, based on science. And I'll let the pundits. So there's some things I need to clear up, and I want to say this. I am saying as clearly and as fundamentally and as simply as I can, so that everybody can stand in the Bahamas. Prize. First is biogenic. Fancy word for meaning coming from animals or plants. Biogenic, biology, derived from living things. Algae, coral, sand. Bivalve. The point I'm making is the second type, called aragonite, actually precipitates out of the ocean. Precipitates. Falls out of the ocean. Second.
Honorable member.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
Before you, Mr. Chair, I was explaining that there are two types of sand. Biogenic and ooid sand. And the ooid sand is called aragonite. Scientists call it ooid sand. One is derived from flora and fauna, animals, plants, algae, coral, etc. Other precipitates out of the ocean. When I say precipitate, cascades out, rain. And Mr. Speaker, let there be no doubt, the deposits are huge. These are huge deposits we're talking about. As a matter of fact, an assessment, there are two major assessments on aragonite in this country. The last one was done in 2013. And it's an assessment of the aragonite resources in the Bahamas, and it reveals a number of critical scientific truths that I wish to put on record for all Bahamians to discuss, understand, appreciate as we move forward. First, it is estimated that between 12,266 and 23,354 metric tons of aragonite exists in the Bahamas. And that is a lot. That is a lot. Studies show that depending on the location, the grain of aragonite, the sand grain, for want of a better phrase, size of the grain of aragonite sand, the ooid sand, varies depending on location. And this happens because each grain of aragonite has like an inner nuclear grain within it, over which calcium carbonate deposit. Our oceans of the Bahamas, are rich in calcium carbonate. Rich. I mean, that is the formation of where calcium carbonate forms, shutting out the ocean. That's where it comes from. The famous Lucayan limestone base that we're all in is like 3,000 meters thick. A lot of limestone. But our waters, the point I'm emphasizing, I don't want to digress, sticking with aragonite. The point I'm emphasizing is that our waters are rich in calcium carbonate. There's usually a grain that's floating through the water. Calcium carbonate deposits on the grain. Deposits on the grain, like a pearl, think pearl, deposits on the grain. And when it gets a certain level, certain amount of deposit, it gets heavy to be in the water column. It weighs it down and it sinks. This is an important point. They also study the aragonite deposit from 11 major locations. Now, there's aragonite everywhere. One of the reasons why we have aragonite everywhere is because we are a shallow form jutting out of the Atlantic Ocean. All of this nutrient-free water laden with carbon dioxide hits it, and it starts working on to produce aragonite. But I'm getting to the point I really want to make. And I want the people to be clear about this. Aragonite from Cat Key, in the Berry Island, and the tongue of the ocean and the Eleuthera, it takes 160 years. 160 years for 1 grain of that to form. And this is based on the studies that they did, accessing academic information going on from that time. The aragonite from Lilybank takes 296 years, 1 grain, to form. The aragonite from the Bight of Acklands, where my grandfather came from, Mason's Bay, that takes 740 years for 1 grain form. The aragonite from the Schooner Keys, which is in the Little Bahama Bank, takes 1,090 years. That same report details that there's some sites in the Bahamas where it takes 2,600 years for 1 grain to form. 1 grain. So, what does that mean? That means then that 12,266 million metric ton, the 23,354 metric ton number I gave you, it took between 160 years to 1,090 years to build that up. How long it took. The results are clear. And we need to have a serious discussion about this. We need to bring some level of reason to the whole debate. Bracketing, caging, putting aside emotion and how we want it to be, accepting it for what it is. The resources are vast. Nobody can deny that. They are abundant through our country. Nobody can deny that. But the data suggests, raw data, scientific data, both by university and government commissioned studies, it suggests that aragonite isn't produced continuously, but it goes through cycles of production and store, production and store. The most important point in relation to aragonite mining in the Bahamas, and I wish to go on record saying this, that based on the scientific evidence that we have, that is available to us, based on all of the university studies that have been conducted in our country, based on the reports produced by the Ministry of Environment, Commonwealth Secretariat, BAIC, and the Ministry of Agriculture, because of the length of time it takes to make 1 grain of aragonite, the mining of aragonite is not sustainable in human lifetime. What does that mean? That means that I'm betting that nobody in this honorable chamber or within the sound of my voice is going to live to see 100 years. And I'm pretty sure that you won't live to see 2090, and I'm almost certain that you won't live to see 2000. The point I'm really making is that this is the vast resource. There's a lot we don't know. It took a long time to accumulate, and we need to approach it cautiously. Because we mined Ocean Key for 40 years, and it has not recovered. As a matter of fact, the substrate, the ground, the bottom, seabed, characterized by anything but aragonite in that area. And that tells you, based on the science that we know, carbon data that we did, that it's not recoverable in human lifetime. So we need to be very careful. That's the point I'm making, because once it's gone, it's gone. It is gone. And this is why, well, the government, the previous government, and in my view, they were right. They imposed a moratorium on it because they wanted to better understand the process. Since then, we've had draft legislation. We've actually looked at the royalty fees, how better the government of the Bahamas can enjoy the riches of this. But it's important for Bahamians to remember that even though it offers promise of free money to our treasury, it is not renewable human life. Based that on the fact that no one in here is. I know I won't. I don't even want to. But this is an important point, because we live in an age where this has become an emotional topic. It is the source of the Sovereign Wealth Fund. going to make everyone a millionaire, a billionaire. The fact of the matter is, there's no easy way out. We have to be prepared to put our shoulder to the wheel without turning back, so we can be worthy to achieve. But this is why, in addition to the moratorium, I repeat again, support that, we've also developed legislation. We have a draft Mining Act. We have draft Environmental Policy Act in relation to mining. This is going to require careful consideration, a complete understanding of the role aragonite plays in the country. And I'll close out on this particular topic by mentioning one thing. In North Long Island, I think there's a beach up there, and it's an aragonite beach. Anytime you walk on aragonite sand, it's always fine and powdery. Very much different from what you get on Paradise Island. That's biogenic. Walking at you. Aragonite sand is very soft, powdery, thick, silky, it's nice, beautiful. That takes hundreds, if not thousands of years to generate. And before we develop a new industry, we need a clear understanding of the ecological cycle. No, I did. And I can. Thank you for your question. I appreciate it. Because I want to talk about it. Aragonite is important because it's a source of calcium carbonate. That's why it's important. It competes with other sources of calcium carbonate around the world. What does that mean? It competes with quarries. Quarries meaning you mine in limestone. It competes with people that mine granite, marble, any source of calcium carbonate that you can imagine. And it is used as a buffer to maintain pH in industrial processes. According to the government consultant, Commonwealth Secretariat, we are investigating a new royalty regime that can give us more money. But this work has been ongoing. And I admit that my predecessor in title started it. I just finished it. But governments are continuing. He made his contribution. I certainly am working on what I meant there in relation to this because, let's be real here, 2013, I'll let you figure out the rest. But the most important thing is this, and I appreciate your comment, the most important thing, and I hope that I'm going to try and phrase this non-bipartisan as possible because I know the members on the other side respect the environment. We demonstrated it when we passed the environment. The most important thing is that the generation of one sand grain of a takes longer than a human. If you dig that up today, you've got between 160 years, according to the experts, to 1,800 years for that to come back. The onus is on us to understand that as much as possible. I congratulate Tesla for maintaining that moratorium. So we actually understand. We get the true value of the product. And I agree with you. We can't give away our assets. But we have to understand the sustainability of what we have with the deposits. Huge. The understanding is there. What we need now is to understand what can we sustainably extract from electricity over human. That's the most. And that's very important. As I mentioned before, they examined Ocean Key. It has. Speaker, it's been 47 years since this Honorable House met for the first time in an independent Bahamas. Budget debate was then and will forever be an annual fixture of our country. At this portion, I could easily spend time lauding our accomplishments further or bashing the party office. You know, I'm not going to do it. Not as I could. I could add my voice to those who enjoy listing the problems which cause anger and frustration in our people. I'm going to list problems. I believe Bahamians expect more. The pandemic is laid before us and laid bare the need to be our brother's keeper, regardless of political affiliation, regardless of color, regardless if you're a Haitian Bahamian, Jamaican Bahamian, or Bahamian. Particularly now, as many Bahamians are having a tough time out there putting food on the table. Every day, many of the families in Marathon, throughout the Bahamas, from Winnie Street, in the West, Hillside Park, they're making some hard decisions. Making some decisions as to, do I pay my utilities or do I feed my children? They're making some real life decisions. You know, Mr. Speaker, we are the descendants of slaves and migrants, of Lutheran adventurers and loyalists. We are a diverse country, Mr. Speaker, heterogeneous. We've lived through adversity and lived in this country for 372 years. In 1648, since William Sale came here and met the Bahamas with no Arawak Indians after the Spanish killed them all. We built this country on the anvil of sacrifice, and in the process, we built a peaceful democracy that is the envy. I shall never grow tired of mentioning sacrifices of our forebears, and I know every single individual in here has their own story. I can only talk of my people. My grandmother came here from Arthur's Town. My grandfather came here from Mason's Bay with a dream. My father came here as a policeman. Joseph Ramal Ferreira served as a policeman. That union produced me. Between him and my, he served this country. Mother, 40 years of her life. As a matter of fact, I'll go even further and say that some things you inherit from your parents, this is what the doctor, Bascom Palmer, told me before I had the surgery on my eyes for glaucoma. He said to me, some things in life you get from your parents you like, some things you get you don't like. I think he was hinting at the fact that glaucoma is a serious disease. But he was also hinting at the fact that they had the determination. The country, come to New Providence, make their dreams happen. And I believe that notwithstanding the separate background of all of us, the reason for our strong ties as a people does not derive solely from a shared language or a shared culture. It doesn't derive solely because we all like John Canoe, we all like comforters and going to the beach. Nor does it singly derive from living in proximity to each other, Mr. Speaker. It is rooted in shared values and beliefs. And this has united us for 300 plus years, going on 400 years. These values are ultimately who we are as a people and will ultimately determine what kind of nation unfolds for the rest of the world to see. Do we heal the wounds of our past, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Or do we keep breaking them open and smearing each other with mud from the past without looking to the future, Mr. Speaker? We cannot allow our core values and belief, what makes us who we are, to be sacrificed on the altar for short-term political gain. I say that. We cannot and will not allow it. Let us have no illusions here, Mr. Speaker, about what's happening. This is the greatest economic crisis of our time. Certainly in my time, I've been around, I've taken 54 trips around the sun. 54. Celebrate my birthday soon, but I try to stay away from the numerologists. But let's have no illusions about this, Mr. Speaker. The road ahead is going to be challenging. This isn't going to be easy. There aren't any instant solutions. There aren't any instant solutions. And anyone who promises you an instant solution is misleading you. There are no instant solutions. We have to work and work together. In order for us to survive, we have to believe in each other. I mean, believe in each other. Have each other's back. Say to each other, look, there are differences between us. You see things one way, you see things one way, I see things another. At your back. That is who we are, the people. All right. But I want to mention something else. We have been down before, into that. But no matter what our background is, if you're black or white, our ancestors and our elders have endured more than we can imagine. And guess what? As I mentioned earlier, whether you came on a loyalist boat as a slave or as a loyalist, on a Lutheran adventurer boat as an adventurer from Bermuda, a migrant boat from Haiti, we're all in the same boat right now. I'm going to tell you that right now. And you know what that boat is? That boat is the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And my comments are directed to people who love our country above politics. Like me, above politics. This is bigger than politics. This is about the survival of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and us sticking together as a unit to march on to a brighter future. And there's one thing that I would say, that we didn't plan how we are here. We're all in the same boat together. But we got one goal, Mr. Speaker. Bring that boat safe harbor on our work. So, Mr. Speaker, never before, since I've been alive, has a government been challenged to do so much for so many, with so little resources. But we believe, nonetheless, that this budget represents the best opportunity to help Bahamians and move our country forward. And we reject uncategorically the voices of division that seek to divide us just so they could be elected. When we know in Marathon that they don't care about us because they let us drink poison. They let the residents of Marathon. I remember when I went into Marathon and I opened the door of the Monroes, I could smell the diesel coming out of the house. No. They let them breathe that, drink that, bathe in that, cook in that. And for what? You could hold on to power? Is that serious? Above human lives? I'll close by saying this. Everything we need. We have the innovation as a people. We have the talent as a people. We have the blessings. So, and if we work together, we put our shoulders to the wheel. There's nothing, absolutely nothing. There's nothing in heaven or not in heaven. We cannot overcome the Marathon sports budget.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte.
All I have to say, Speaker, is what a word from the Lord just now. I want to thank the Honorable Member from Marathon for those words. It resonated with me. Kind of gave me an idea that perhaps I may be on the right track in things that he's given me to say tonight. As I begin, Mr. Speaker, I want to first begin by saying that the Minister of Agriculture last week gave a spirited presentation about his ministry and the works taking place therein. And not only did he give us a spirited presentation, Mr. Speaker, he also outlined a myriad of opportunities that will become available to entrepreneurial-minded Bahamians and the Bahamas in general. We have the faith and take advantage of the opportunities to grow our agricultural sector into an industry. If we have that faith, Mr. Speaker, we can not only provide ourselves with a greater degree of food security, but we can also bring back to this country and the Bahamian people a large portion of the $500 million to almost $1 billion that we spend on the same agricultural and value-added products that we grow and can produce right here at home. The minister's presentation alone, Mr. Speaker, does not demonstrate how, with the right mindset, the right passion, and the right focused energy, and the right vision driving it all, how we can take a crisis and turn it into an opportunity. And I'm sorry, I don't know what else will. And in his presentation, Mr. Speaker, the minister briefly made mention of BASA, the Bahamas Agricultural Health and Food Safety Authority, and the work that this agency is doing. This, Mr. Speaker, is the authority that I have had the privilege of leading for the last 3 years. And one of the primary objectives of BAFSA, Mr. Speaker, is to protect consumers through enhanced monitoring of the food supply in the country. And food sovereignty and security is only possible with food safety. While many governments have talked about it, Mr. Speaker, this administration has been the first to put this in place, an institution such as this, and is providing it with the authority and the resources to truly protect the safety of the Bahamian consumer. Now, Mr. Speaker, in addition to the non-communicable diseases such as, say, diabetes and hypertension and cardiovascular diseases, it's no secret that the Bahamas also has some of the highest cancer rates in the world. And I know when I first came home and there was a report at the Tribune, that was one of the things that I noticed right up front. And it was amazing to me to see how prevalent cancer was in the society. And at that time, I was hearing stories about young girls as young as 13 who had and were developing breast cancer. And when I accepted this role and looking at, one of the things I always wondered was, what could be the source of this cancer? At the time, one of the investigations that I led as a reporter was to look at the effect that the military bases had in the and had what impact they had on the water supply, possibly, or in the environment in which they existed. So there has been continuous speculation, Mr. Speaker, as to the primary source of the rapid rise in cancer in this country. Some have attributed this to the environmental factors and genetic mutation as primary contributors. But as a nation that imports the majority of its food, of the food consumed locally, there is also a need to examine our food and food sources to assess their impact or the impact that they may have on the cancer rise and the rise of other related diseases in our society. As an authority, one of BAFSA's key roles is to monitor and regulate the sanitary and phytosanitary systems in the country, conduct research, and make policy recommendations for the benefit of consumers and public safety. This work, Mr. Speaker, must be driven by data. And one of the first initiatives that BAFSA undertook was a partnership with the University of the Bahamas Small Island Sustainability Research Center, where we commissioned to study a scientific investigation into the prevalence of heavy metal in rice. The study is important, Mr. Speaker, because rice is a staple in a heavy staple in the Bahamian diet. And rice is suspected of containing varying levels of toxic heavy metals, which can negatively impact human health. So the results of the investigation, Mr. Speaker, produced some good news and some bad news. But the key takeaways on the good side being that, one, all of the common toxic heavy metals of all of the common toxic heavy metals, only one, arsenic, was found in large enough quantities to be of concern to our health. And 2 of the 42 varieties of rice that we examined and tested, only one slightly exceeded U.S. EPA safety limit. Now, the bad news, Mr. Speaker, is that based on these preliminary findings, and based on the quantity of rice that we consume, study shows that we have a greater increased risk of developing cancer due to the levels of rice that we consume. And on the non-communicable side, we risk reproductive and neurotoxicity, cardiovascular effects, and skin lesions, among those other effects. The study is only preliminary, like I said, Mr. Speaker, so these results are being interpreted with caution. But they do show the need for further studies, not only for rice, but other food and beverages that enter our food system. Therefore, BAFSA will continue to work closely with the analytical and environmental chemistry lab at UB while we build our own laboratory capacity to improve active surveillance and testing and tracking and tracing of products used for human consumption. Human consumption, animal consumption, and plant consumption, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'd like to thank the BAFSA board and my team at BAFSA, Mr. Christopher Worrell, our executive director, Dr. Patricia Johnson, our director of food safety, Ms. Yasmin Johnson, our director of plant health, Dr. Maurice Isaacs, our director of animal health, my administrative assistant, Ms. Renee Mayers, the Minister of Agriculture, and the entire staff of the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources for all of the hard work that they've done in bringing BAFSA to prominence. I'd also like to thank Dr. Carlton Watson, the Dean of the School of Pure and Applied Science at the University of the Bahamas, and his team for their continued partnership with us in the agricultural food and safety arena. We look forward, Mr. Speaker, to future collaboration. Now, on behalf of the great constituency of Port Charlotte, Mr. Speaker, let me express my gratitude to Almighty God and the people of my community for affording me this privilege of addressing the House one more time. Let me say, as a country and as a people, we've come through many hard trials in the last year. When we thought we had seen the worst with Hurricane Dorian and the destruction that it brought to Grand Bahama and Abaco, our country's second and third economic engines, then came COVID-19, not just to the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, but to the entire globe. Mr. Speaker, I never thought it would be this early in my life. I know the member for Marathon said he had gone around the globe or seen the sun, gone around the sun 54 years. But in my soon-to-be 56 years, never did I think that I would understand what my grandmother was saying when I heard her say on many occasions, what a time in life. And now that very phrase has become my own. What a time in life it is, Mr. Speaker. We have lived through an experience where we saw with our own eyes the unthinkable. The whole world, Mr. Speaker, just basically came to a complete stop, shut right down. I read somewhere where someone said this was like World War III and not a shot was fired. It came swiftly and it came with a viciousness that was unimaginable. In a few months, life for millions of people across the globe changed radically. The global economy recessed, and every life around the globe was disrupted. And citizens were being asked to make sacrifices in the name of the collective good of their nation. And the Bahamas was not spared from the wrath. The world's nightmare also became our nightmare. And their crisis crisscrossed the globe and became our crisis too. And for the last 4 months, Mr. Speaker, everywhere you turn, all I could hear was coronavirus, coronavirus, coronavirus. And as a consumer of the news, and particularly the news coming from the US, I had to literally stop watching and stop listening to the news, stop reading the news. Throughout this experience, more than anything else, Mr. Speaker, really highlighted for me the impact that consistent, constant focus on negativity, what this can have, the impact this can have on one's ability to function optimally. Negativity can slowly eat away at your very being. That, Mr. Speaker, then caused me to think and take a look at us as a people and how on a daily basis we allow all kinds of people to consistently pour all sorts of things into our spirit, whether we realize it or not. How these things inform and shape our opinions and attitudes of how we see and respond to the world and the people around us. I started to realize, Mr. Speaker, how that constant pouring of grim news into my spirit day after day started to make me lose focus. Make me lose focus, Mr. Speaker, from everything about life to everything about death. In the beginning, with all those things, the images of death and dying and talks of uncertainty and failure, I started to take on the same spirit of fear and panic that the news outlets were promoting. And not just me, but what I saw was almost everyone in our society were doing the same thing. Was doing the same thing. So I had to change the channel completely, Mr. Speaker, to regain my focus. But in the midst, and this is why I smiled when the member for Marathon said this, Mr. Speaker, because in the midst of all this crisis and whirling chaos, just by changing the channel, I was able to regain my focus and remind myself of the story of a little boat that so many years ago went out on the lake one day with 13 men on board. And when this boat set out, Mr. Speaker, it was a good day. It was so good, Mr. Speaker, that the master of the ship fell asleep soon after the boat left the shore. It was that good. But somewhere along the journey, Mr. Speaker, a storm just came out of nowhere. I'm just telling you. The storm came out of nowhere. And the boat started taking on water. And that was all the men on the ship could see and focus on, the raging storm. And their focus on the storm determined their action. And they went to the sleeping captain and they said, Master, said, the tempest is raging. They said, oh, the billows are tossing high. Now they're talking to Jesus. They say the sky is overshadowed with blackness. They said no shelter or help anywhere is nigh. But see, Mr. Speaker, that wasn't it, you know. They went to a man who they had been following for days and weeks and months and saw him performing miracles all around, raising the dead, casting out demons. And in the midst of the storm, they said, carest thou not to Jesus that we perish? Saw the lightning and say, how could you lie there asleep? But But you see, Jesus got up with his bad self and he said, y'all don't know who I am. He said, the winds and the waves shall obey my will. He said, all I have to do is say, peace, be still. Peace, be still. And in that instant, everything was still. You see, that wasn't the end of it, Mr. Speaker. He said to these men who had been with him all the time, in the middle of, not O ye of little faith, he said, but where is your faith, Speaker? Where is your faith? You see, but this isn't the only time I can get back to it. And he said, through the storm, Mr. Speaker, despite the master of wind and earth and water and sky being right there, Mr. Speaker, they lost faith because they lost focus. Let me say that again, Mr. Speaker. Despite the fact that the master of the water and the earth and the sky and the winds were right there, they lost focus. They lost faith because they lost focus. Instead of focusing on the master of the winds and the water and the earth and the sky, they let the winds and the raging water and all the noise from the storm around them shift their focus away from the master. And that's how the devil works, Mr. Speaker. He's the master of confusion. His job is to keep us in chaos so that we can't focus on the good news. They left us. It's not so different than today, Mr. Speaker, where we are right now. If we were to use this story as a metaphor for where we are today, in the middle of the lake, in this crisis, in this storm, we would realize that there are some among us, Mr. Speaker, whose only job, when you set out to do good work, is to keep you in chaos and unable to focus on the good news. But you see, Mr. Speaker, not only do we know that the devil of yesterday and today is a liar, but we also know that he's a master, again, of confusion. I'll get to why I say that in short order. But for the next few minutes, Mr. Speaker, I just say to anyone who has ears to listen, to hear, just listen. Be careful. Beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing. See, Mr. Speaker, there's a saying, he who informs you, forms you. Your parents always tell you, mind the company you keep. Because misery loves company. And that same company will soon form you. And their attitudes, right or wrong, will eventually become yours. Listen carefully to them. They're constantly trying to get you to look at this and see that, and listen to this and listen to that and watch this, asking you, didn't you see that? How did you not see that? Did you notice this? Did you hear that? And after they poured all of that stuff into your spirit, they end up saying, well, what do you think? Or you don't think? And most of the times, Mr. Speaker, if their motives are no good, by the time they're finished with you, your thoughts, poisoned by their unpleasant personal experience or corrupt and unprincipled motives, become the same unpleasant, corrupted, unprincipled thoughts of the one you allowed to lead you with their unpleasant, corrupted, and unprincipled perception. Underneath, the book calls them ravenous wolves. Most times they do nothing and talk plenty. Most times they could tell you a lot about what someone is not doing. They can show you no evidence of what they did themselves, what they are doing, or what they propose to do in the future. Now, let me just pause here for a minute, Mr. Speaker, and say that each member of the government side, anytime he or she gets up in this place to make a communication, he or she gives the country a litany of activities and initiatives and projects that are taking place in their communities for their residents' benefit. And this is outside of what they do in their respective ministries, departments, or authorities that they have day-to-day responsibility for. Now, outside my responsibilities for BASTA, national honors, and independence, my responsibilities to Fort Charlotte is no different. And I, like many of my colleagues, have worked in and through our community, making visitations and putting on activities to bring some sort of balance and relief to the people in the area. You know, you hear people say a lot, well, I don't see the MP. Sometimes the MP is working. Sometimes you'll find that the MP is working. Sometimes it may be difficult to see. We all understand the conditions that we met were a compilation of years and years of neglect. In spite of it all, we get to work trying to do substantive things that we feel will add value to our residents' lives. And Mr. Speaker, I can't speak for the others, but it's a challenge because our people have become so culturalized into a state of welfare thinking that if you're not giving them welfare, it would appear that you don't care about them. The leader of the opposition, he would always tell me, you know what y'all problem is? Say y'all ain't putting no money on the ground. And my response to him is always the same, but y'all been putting money on the ground all these years, and things aren't getting any better. So money on the ground doesn't seem to be the solution. I would say to him, the only thing I've seen in these communities where y'all have been putting money on the ground all these years, particularly over the hill, is that things have gotten worse and worse. So for me to come in and do the same thing, no, sir, Mr. Speaker, won't happen. I remember speaking at a seminar back in 2018, and I told the audience I was prepared, and in 5 years they would get rid of me because I'm not going to do the same thing that everyone else has been doing for the last 47 years and expecting that I'll get some different result. Something different will happen with the people. Mr. Speaker, like Einstein says, to do the same thing over and over and over again and expect a different result, that's called insanity. And besides that, Mr. Speaker, putting money on the ground for people is degrading. No matter how you look at it or how you say it. The image of people having to get on the ground to pick up the money that you put there for them is degrading. And I hope that one day our people will stop picking up money from the ground that the leaders of the Progressive Liberal Party puts there for them. There was a time when these values were not the values of our parents' generation. And they shouldn't be ours either. As a people, Bahamians, especially those young Bahamians in the urban areas of this country, need to stop degrading themselves by picking up money off the ground that people put there for them. Time to break this cycle, Mr. Speaker. So coming into Fort Charlotte as the Member of Parliament, in addition to the standard activities aimed at building community, the vision was to transform the environment of the community where I grew up, was to transform this in stages.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for yielding, but Mr. Speaker, we are approaching the 7 o'clock hour. So I do now move that the business of this House do continue beyond 7 p.m. tonight.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House to extend beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The business of this House will extend beyond the 7 p.m. hour. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Fort Charlotte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like I said, Mr. Speaker, part of the vision that I had coming into the Member of Parliament to transform the environment of the community where I grew up, to do it in stages, with the community and the government with the community and my government pitching in to do their part. The community and my government pitching in to do their part to make Port Charlotte a more modern version of the beauty I had when I was growing up in the area. A more modern version of what made me proud to be from and still live in Chippenham and by extension, Fort Charlotte. My passion to do this, Mr. Speaker, is primarily for the generation of young kids who are now growing up in Fort Charlotte, so that when they get older, they can look back on their lives growing up in the area and speak about what a beautiful place Fort Charlotte was to live in and grow up in. Again, I knew that this would be a challenge, but because I understand that a changed environment will also change mine, I continue to accept the challenge, and with the understanding that I'm also trying to get my community to understand that changing the environment is a community effort and not just an MP effort. But I carry on doing the Lord's work here on earth as it is in heaven, Mr. Speaker. And this is what he said. He said, write the vision and make it clear. Write the vision on tablets and make it clear. He said, for the vision is yet for an appointed time. But in the end, it will speak, and it will not lie. And so came the vision for creating the Defenders Ice Cream Cafe. And I thank the Prime Minister for coming and opening up the center on the corner of Boyd Road and Pilgrim Avenue. And we went about creating the vision. The vision came for a sporting logo that led to the creation of sporting uniforms, that led to the creation of sporting teams, and to the creation of sporting champions with our men's and young men's basketball teams, both winning their respective areas in the Summer of Thunder basketball series last summer, Mr. Speaker, and our men's basketball team is now a part of the New Providence Basketball Association Night League. So that was all a part of what we wanted to do in starting to rebuild community pride. And to start rebuilding community pride, did that by trying to and creating champions. The next vision, Mr. Speaker, was to transform our parks into extraordinary state-of-the-art green spaces that bring but to transform our parks into extraordinary state-of-the-art green spaces that bring balance and shape play, particularly for the young people in the area, to improve the quality of their lives and the lives of the immediate and surrounding communities as well. And this replica here, Mr. Speaker, is, and all the subsequent artwork renditions at the bottom, this is a revision of the C.I. Gibson, or the Chippenham Park, in the middle of Chippenham, Howard Street. We also undertook, in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we also took time to look at the Rock Crusher Park as well. Rock Crusher hasn't had much development done to it in several years, and I know one of the things I spoke to coming in was to see how we could, revise the park or transform the park. So this here, Mr. Speaker, is the rendition for the Rock Crusher Park. And like I said, I couldn't do these things by myself, Mr. Speaker. And to make anyone believe that I am doing it by myself would only be a lie. And I must give thanks to the talented young artist and architectural designer, Mr. Dietrich Hamilton, for helping me to bring this vision to life with these dynamic renderings that I just showed here today. Now, unfortunately, because of Dorian and COVID, plans were stalled. But the good book says, though it tarries, wait for it, because it will surely come. And I have faith that it will. So I'm looking for support from our government to help me make these things come true for not just for me, but for the young kids in our area, the young people of Fort Charlotte who are looking for more beauty in their lives. So additionally, Mr. Speaker, as an investment in our human capital, I will soon be announcing more details of our Fort Charlotte Youth Investment Program, a program where we will identify 50 high school students each quarter, primarily 9th, 10th, and 11th graders, and with $5,000 seed funding, we'll provide them, we'll enroll them in an investment fund that will grow with them throughout their high school years. It's our hope, Mr. Speaker, that when they graduate or turn 18, they will have the option to cash out of the program, withdraw a portion of their funds, and allow the remainder to continue growing and working for them, or just leave it in there, Mr. Speaker, and let it continue to grow completely. Now, during this program, the students will be given monthly updates by our fund managers as well, and looking at and coaching with them on safe investment practices. By the end of 2021, Mr. Speaker, the goal is to have some 200 young people from the Fort Charlotte community enrolled in this investment program. Futuristically thinking, Mr. Speaker, by creating this program, the goal is that young people will be rewarded in the end with a financial boost that can ease some of the financial burdens when they graduate and help making getting started on their new lives post-high school a little less stressful. Now, during the COVID crisis, Mr. Speaker, we had given upwards of $15,000 in support, whether in food supplies, vouchers, or funds, direct funding. And I'd like to thank the team of residents from our community, from across the community, who pitched in to identify and distribute to the needy and to the feeding, and also thank the feeding agencies who also pitched in to provide care. Now, these community, Mr. Speaker, these are just some of the community development initiatives that we're bringing to our communities as members of Parliament. But how many times during the last 3 years, Mr. Speaker, perhaps outside of the member for Exuma and Ragged Islands, and sometimes the member from South and Central Andres, have you heard from the other members of the side opposite about anything substantive that they're doing or have done in their community? Perhaps it's hard to hear with all the shouting and the rowing they're doing here in the name of the poor people. But the Bible says you should know them by their fruit. And I've said often a man is what he does, not what he says. So to the Bahamian people, please don't think that only when someone is putting money on the ground or giving you a fish instead of teaching you how to fish, that means they care. We need to become better discerners of fruits of love. The other day, the member from Centerville, in his contributions, referenced the spirit of surrender talks and said that we need more men who exhibit that spirit to make a change. And I agree. But to reduce Surrando's story, his life story, to just that of a fighter for justice, is deny the story, his story as a fighter for individual dignity. So I would say not only do we need men that with that fighting spirit, but we need more men, Mr. Speaker, with that thinking behind the spirit. The thinking that says we need men who dare to shout no to the dictator's demands for our vote. Mr. Surrando said, tell them that we don't want his 5 pounds or sack of flour or his money on the ground. That's me. To tell him that we are fed up with the lecherous activities of his corrupt syndicate, with the understanding that if we accept the 5 pounds or sack of flour in exchange for his vote, for our vote, soon the trumpet will blow and we'll be shouting which way is the promised land. time like this, Mr. Speaker, Randall says, demands men with strong hearts, true faith, and ready hands. He says, give us men whom the lust of office does not kill, men whom spoils of office cannot buy, men who possess opinions and will, men who have honor, and men who will not lie. It's me. And men who, after 15 or 20 years in office, would just walk away and give the next generation a chance to lead. So when they come to you, Mr. and Mrs. Bahamas, about what someone else hasn't done, never let them leave you without telling you what they have done, because you will know them by their fruits. Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Bahamas, we are in a crisis. Out in the middle of a lake with a storm raging around us. But to get out of this, to get safely to the other side, Mr. Speaker, we need to tell them, be careful of who informs you, because they can determine whether you come out of this crisis alive or dead. And right now, Mr. Speaker, the good news is that by the grace of God, as a nation, we all have life and we're making it through. We're making it through alive. We're a little more battered by the storm winds than we were when we started across the lake, Prime Minister. We're a little more bruised by the waves, but by the grace of God, we're making it through. And we all have life and breath, and God willing, we'll have that to tell how we made it over when we get to the other side. David Longley, a good F&M soldier in Fort Charlotte, who passed last month, didn't get a chance to make it through. Flora Hanna, good old Chippenite, and one of my ladies from my annual senior night at the Dundas, passed away also last month, didn't make it through. So Willis Knowles, my good buddy from Eden Street, didn't make it through. Dr. Patrick Roberts, another of our Fort Charlotte residents, didn't make it through. Young Leon Williams from Howard Street lost his life on his birthday. Didn't make it through. I'm sure many others from the area that I may not be aware of didn't make it through. God rest his soul. My own baby brother, John Clare, who sadly passed away last week in Delano, Minnesota, didn't make it through long enough for me to go and see him. But in all things, we must give God thanks. And to these families, and to the families of these individuals, I extend my deepest sympathies and condolences while we go through our time of bereavement. But we are still here, understanding the journey. And as a people and a country, not only are we making it through, Mr. Speaker, we're making it through in such a way that our way was touted as a model for others to follow. The Jamaica Gleaner says the Bahamas under Prime Minister Hubert Minnis showed others how to ride and whistle. And they noted that the Bahamas' approach and attitude was one to learn from. For this, we ought to give thanks. The Attorney General under the former administration, one Alison Maynard Gibson, gives credit where credit is due and says that our government, that's her word, our government took rapid steps to make sure our public health system would not be overwhelmed, so we would see a situation in the Bahamas like people were seeing in Italy and New York and those other first world countries. The success of the strategy, she said, is that the public health system has been able to cope with the pandemic. So we want to give all of those responders in the public health system, competent authority, the former Minister of Health, we want to give them their praise. And again, she said, we're not perfect. But to the extent that we have been able to not be a country that is like Italy, or the pictures that we saw in New York where they had all those debts. And this is the key part. She said the way we approached it has been very successful. Well, listen to the stories coming from others. She said the way that we approached it has been very successful. She said we have been really blessed to have an amazing team of scientists that have been leading this trust. Now, I watched the Leader of the Opposition last week when the member for Garden Hills made mention of this, and he got up with his objections and the likes. And it may not have been the type of story that he would have wanted to tell. But thank God to Mrs. Allison Maynard Gibson, who was able to see and tell the truth. And for this, we ought to show our respects to her and give thanks. She has a different story. And hers, like ours, is that we have really been blessed. Mr. and Mrs. Bahamas, where's your faith? Now, along the line of story, in 2009, a Nigerian writer, Chimamanda Adichie, gave a substantive TED Talk called The Danger of a Single Story. And it basically demonstrates what happens when complex human beings and human situations are reduced to one single narrative. When Africans, for example, are treated solely as poor, starving victims with flies on their faces. DJ's principal warning is that if we only hear these single stories, we risk a whole truthful understanding of a person or situation. It's impossible, she says, to talk about the single story without talking about power. And this power, she suggests, is the ability of an individual to tell the story of a person, place, or thing, and not just tell the story, but to make that story the one definitive story. She says, show a people is one thing, it's only one thing, over and over again. And that is what they become. That is an incredible power to have, Mr. Speaker. That's why you see with the media has tremendous power. They have the ability to tell that story over and over and over again and make that the definitive story. That's why, as an English major, that's why I love this craft, because being a good writer gives you a power to either tell the story of another or to tell your own story. Let no one define you. You create your own story. Now, this is how it works. Say we start with the story of the arrows of the Native Americans and not the arrival of the British. And you have an entirely different story. Start the story with the failure of the African state and not with the colonial creation of the African state, and you have an entirely different story. Now, when I was a teenager growing up in our society, Mr. Speaker, I always recognized that the Progressive Liberal Party had an incredible power over the Bahamian people, and that power kept them in office for 25 years. That power, Mr. Speaker, was that they had people who had an amazing ability to master the art of telling and selling that one single story. Start the story with Lyndon Pinling and not Randall Fox or Alvin Brennan, and you get in a whole entirely different Bahamian story. Start the story with January 10th, 1967, and not January 14th, 1967, and you have an entirely different Bahamian history. Start the story of Bama with the PLP, and not the former FNM Prime Minister Hubert Ingram going to China to save the deal, and you get a completely different story. The danger of the single story DJ says, Mr. Speaker, is that it creates stereotypes. And the problem with stereotypes is not that they are untrue, but they are incomplete. They make one story become the only story, despite it not being the only story, Speaker. Now, Angliston, when she got up, she said, we claim that the PLP was reckless. And when we came in, we met a beautiful place, Mr. Speaker. And if we didn't know better, we would believe that single story. But I say, Mr. Speaker, start the story with a PLP MP calls on his party to repent. And not that, and don't start it with that they were not reckless, but that they left us a beautiful place. And if you do that, you have an entirely different story. So say we start with this story, Mr. Speaker, and then we ask the question, repent for what? Well, the story that the now deputy leader said was that this same party that left a beautiful place, that's the member for Angliston's single story, the deputy leader says that this party was out of touch and non-transparent or accountable. Enough. If you start with that story and ask repent for what, it says that they lost touch and lost connection with those who they were trying to help the most. He said that they ignored scandals, protecting the interests of offending individuals and condoning things they should not have been by their silence. He said that they protected the interests of the party over the interests of the nation, thinking wrongly that the Bahamian people would somehow understand without being told that these two things were actually the same. Repent for what? Repent for being a party that went into communities asking support from the very people they raised taxes on to improve their lives. And when they did go back, they found those people in the same circumstances they met them in when they promised to improve their circumstances 5 years ago. Repent for what? For being a party that hid behind majority rule, thinking wrongly, this is my word, that the Bahamian people would somehow understand without being told that Pinlin's struggle and Christie's struggle were actually the same. In addition for that, repent for adding $2 billion to the national debt in February of 2017, right before we came into office. $300 million in 2015 to 16, and $314.2 million in the first half of 2016, added to the $1.4 billion of debt that they had already incurred the 3 years before, from 2012 to 2015. Yeah. The member was right. But did he ever get them to apologize to the Bahamian people? Never once. Never once. Since I've been elected, Mr. Speaker, have I heard any one of them, in this place or out, apologize or repent. Perhaps they're saving it up for election, Mr. Speaker. But you see, Mr. Speaker, if you start the story of repentance with the story of repentance and not our administration's failure, you get a different story. A $2 billion plus debt left on the back of the Bahamian people months before the 2017 election story that this government is now trying to correct for the Bahamian people. But see, if you want to talk about a story, Mr. Speaker, they definitely would not want you to talk about this story, but I'll give you a story. Here's the story, Mr. Speaker. Up to May 2019, after only 2 years in office, this human-minister administration, 2 years in office with this administration, the economy of the Bahamas was stable once again. And this government reduced the deficit by more than $130 million over the same period a year before. This was a 51% improvement, Mr. Speaker, from the year when we first came in. Here's another story. 2019 saw record-breaking tourism numbers for the Bahamas, with the highest number of arrivals by air and sea recorded in the country's history. By the end of 2019, right before COVID, foreign air and sea arrivals had totaled more than 7.2 million people. And this was a 9% increase in 2018. By 2018, only 1 year after coming into office, crime was already trending down, with 2018 murder count being the lowest the Bahamas had seen in 9 years. That's the story. Coming to office, this government promised to do away with the dump fires and signed an agreement with the New Providence Ecology Park for the multi-phase redevelopment of the site, and not a fire scent. No smoke, no fire. For the first time under this administration, the Water and Sewage Corporation has been on a mission to improve access, reliability, and the quality of water supply systems to all Bahamians, particularly to those in the Family Islands. And they have laid new pipe in Long Island, North and South Andros, Inagua, Eleuthera, Abaco in the Keys, Moores Island, Exuma and Ragged Islands in Salvador, and Crooked Island. That's a story. At the end of 2019, Mr. Speaker, after decades of neglect, BPL purchased and installed new Wastilla engines. That's a story, Mr. Speaker. Unemployment in Grand Bahama went under 12% for the first time since 2008. Mr. Speaker, that's a story. Along with the $200 million cruise port development deal in Freeport and the cruise port development deal here in Nassau that stands to transform and impact this country by $16.16 billion. Here's another story, Mr. Speaker. For the first time in our history, this government launched a small business development center and pledged over $25 million during the term. And to date, they have trained more than 7,000 entrepreneurs and approved over $8 million in funding since it was formed in 2018. Free education to qualified Bahamians to the University of the Bahamas, BTVI, and BAMSI. That's the story, Mr. Speaker. And when it matters most, in the time of this crisis, to provide over $140 million towards food and unemployment assistance, Mr. Speaker, so that the Bahamian people wouldn't perish. That's the story. So the Mr. and Mrs. Bahamas, we're not asleep on this journey through the storm to the other side of the lake. I'm asking you to have a little more faith. Yes, we are in a crisis, in the midst of a storm. But to place this all at the feet of this administration would be to deny the reason why the deputy leader was asking his party to repent. After 25 years in power, and in the end, with the country an international nation for sale disgrace, the first Ingram administration came into office and tried to set things straight, and so it did. But we lost faith and went back to the PLP in 2002. And in going back, we set ourselves back and became an international disgrace again, primarily Anna Nicole Smith scandal. We started moving forward in 2007, lost hope and faith, and set ourselves back again when we went back to the PLP in 2012. 4 downgrades and more international disgrace later, with Burma, And Nygaard, the member for Angleston, was talking about private campaign, finance, giving, and the likes. We started moving forward again in 2017. Now here we are, that old familiar place. For those who have eyes to see, let them see. But where is your focus? Where's your faith? This crisis didn't happen by chance, Speaker. And we won't get out of it by waiting for a better day to come, or by relying on the worn-out views of the past. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking that we used when we created them. When we do that, we stand a chance of making a bad situation even worse. We got into this situation by making decisions that never seriously took into consideration that the situation we found ourselves in today could have happened. But we have been warned. So we will not get out of this by making the same situation now. The member for Angleston, this isn't a large enough one, Mr. Speaker, but she spoke about VAT. She spoke about VAT and the idea that we promised the people that we were going to be using the VAT money to pay down the national debt. So when you look at the 2019-20 figures, Mr. Speaker, the revised forecast revenues, you will notice that public debt servicing of interest totaled over $377 million. So, Mr. Speaker, this is all of our revenues, national revenues. Green is VAT. So I'll place the national debt servicing right there. That's 1/3 of your VAT money gone. The other thing she spoke about, so then you're looking at the budget again, Mr. Speaker, and not only do you add the $377 million for the national debt service, but we take into consideration the $324.5 million that we're spending on the Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker. That's about 2/3 of your VAT money gone. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the amount of monies that we're spending on to operate and run the Ministry of Finance and the National Treasury, Mr. Speaker, that's going to total about almost $400 million. Added up, all of your VAT money basically gone. But you can't stop there, Mr. Speaker, because we also have the Ministry of Education and the Department of Education. And all of these two ministries, and it's not me, look in the budget. These two departments total about $323 million that we're spending. And you add it up, that money gone. It's also now eaten into some of your other revenue. So if you want to know where it's gone, where the VAT money gone, national debt, Ministry of Health, I don't know why we would be spending $325 million on health, and it's still not enough. That's the cry. So we need to look at what it is in our system that's causing us to spend this kinds of money, and it's still not enough. But add the Ministry of Finance and Treasury, and almost all your money gone. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, add the Ministry of Public Service, National Insurance, the Ministry and Department of Social Services, and they all come up to another $350 million, Mr. Speaker. So in addition to that, you add that to all your revenues, Mr. Speaker. That's about 2/3 of your revenue that this country is generating gone. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, you add the Ministry of National Security at $231 million that we're spending. You add the Ministry of National Security, that includes not only the Ministry of National Security, but it also includes immigration, police, and the Defense Force. More of your money gone. Add the Ministry of Tourism at $103 million, Mr. Speaker. You're getting very close to every single, and the taxes, and this isn't, because there are two types or three types of taxes. Those that we get from the Bahamian people, and those that we get from other sources, that we generate from other sources, Mr. Speaker. So when you do that, that's almost all of your money gone. There are a whole lot of other ministries and departments that I've not spoken about, Mr. Speaker, but when you add all of them up, that gives you a total of $566 million that we are spending on all of those. So if the Bahamas wants to know what's happening with the monies that we're taking in, the revenue, this is where it goes, Mr. Speaker. This is where it goes. So for us to do better, we need to look at what it is that we're spending on. Why do we need to spend millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars on the Ministry of National Security? Is it because our people are not disciplined enough that we have to hire all of these police officers and stack them up? Is it because we're not taking care of our health that we have to spend the amount of that kinds of money on our health system? Is it because we're not taking care of our educational system that we have to spend all of that money on the educational system that continues not to give us the kind of students that we want? So in order for us to get out of this crisis, Mr. Speaker, we then have to relook or revise how we're spending the revenues that we're taking in. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not beyond our ability to correct. But the Bahamian people must be prepared to hear past the noise, see through the storm, and make better choices about what care looks like. Examine the past. Examine our past in the last 2 years. And look at the trajectory that this country was on under this administration. In 2 short years, before the 2 most devastating disasters that no other government or leader in this country's history has experienced. Not Pinling, not Ingram, not Christie, none. And borrowing from the words of one Allison Maynard Gibson, she says, but the way that we've been handling this, our approach has been very successful. We have been really blessed. We need to thank God for his favor. The former Attorney General in Progressive Liberal Party administration. He said, again, the way this administration has been, the approach it has taken has been very successful, and we have really been blessed. Thank God for his favor in and over our lives. It could have been worse. So let us regain our focus. Let us regain our faith. We can restore opportunity and prosperity. We can rebuild. Because that's the good thing about us and our society. When we are focused, we are resilient. This is a new normal that calls for a new normal kind of Bahamian. I've seen the videos circulating out there of what our people are looking like outside of the lockdown, and look like they went right back to the old time. Like nothing happened. Like God didn't say, if my people who are called by my name, humble yourself. Didn't look like that. It looked like they just have been waiting to get out, to get back to the old way. But these are our children. And what we're seeing is a direct result of who we are as adults. So for those of us who know better, we have to do better. God, and the next generation and the future of this country is depending on you. No longer can we go back to the way it was. For those who want to return to what was once normal, consider which part of normal you want to get back to. Don't think that some other crisis isn't just lurking right around the corner. God has already given us a sufficient warning that one is. I just say, for those who have eyes to see, let them see. This coronavirus crisis should have given us a good opportunity to stop, review, and cancel all that is non-essential in our lives. It should have given us an opportunity to reset and get back to a simple life. For this to work, we must end this culture of anything goes. Government can provide the short-term boost, but the Bahamian people must be prepared to fly. And don't give anyone power over you to define whether you could fly or not. As a people, we must step up. And where no opportunities exist, create them. In the words of Randall Folks, we need strong men and women who will see in every obstacle an opportunity, in every difficulty a challenge, and in every block a stepping stone. No longer can we only look at what is good for only me, but get over ourselves to do what is good for the country that our children will inherit. Paraphrasing Michelle Obama, Speaker, I say to Mr. and Mrs. Bahamas, when it comes to making these decisions, all you have to guide you are your values, your vision, and your life experiences that make you who you are. When it comes to rebuilding in this new normal, we can't be the kind of men and women, like the member for Marathon said, we can't be the type of men and women who only pledge our allegiance so strongly to the FNM or the PLP to the detriment of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for which it stands. This is what's killing us now, Mr. Speaker. Have us with our knees on each other's necks, right here in our own Bahama land. We have to regain our focus, to regain our faith, tune out the noise. Mrs. Obama challenges us to think of our ancestors. What would they do? And in thinking of them, I think of my grandfather, who, despite years of victimization that he faced because of his star commentaries, social conditions, on the social conditions in this country, he got up every day and went to work as a clerk at Citibank to support his 8 children and the hordes of grandchildren that piled up at his home. Think about my grandmother, Lillian, who was a stay-at-home mother, who was up before sunrise, cooking and cleaning, taking care of her 8 children and all of us grandchildren. And most days, never going to bed before sundown. Women like my mother, Marsha, for a long time, a single mother of 3, who worked long hours and days and nights to make sure that all of her children had what they need to survive. Or men like my father, Alfred Clare, the nicest, most rowdiest man in the world, who made sure that all of his children knew the importance of working hard for what you get. At the time I thought, Mr. Speaker, he was the meanest man in the world. But he knew and was teaching us that nothing in life comes easy, and nothing in life will necessarily be given to you. I want to close tonight, Mr. Speaker, not only by lending my support to the Deputy Prime Minister in this budget, but also to the Prime Minister as the competent authority and the members of his cabinet, saying trials only come to make you stronger. Also, I'd like to lend my support to all the members of the essential working force that kept us all safe through this pandemic, and to this FNM administration in general for their steadfastness in the midst of the storm. I'd like to repeat a message that I had been saying over and repeatedly since God had given me the Thank you, sir. Giving me this platform as a member of Parliament. And that is to tell the people who are called by God's name, do not be conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then and only then will you be able to discern what is good, pleasing, and the perfect will of God. Remember, and this is one thing we have to remember, we are only passing through this place on our way to the other side. 70 is all that he promised us. Some get lucky and make an additional score on 10. In this generation, most are not even making a score. In your short time here, keep your mind stayed on Christ. Yes, life gets rough sometimes. It could be a lot to bear. But remember, you're never alone. He will never forsake you nor leave you or put more on you than you can bear. Trust God. Don't lose sight. Borrowing from the words of Robert Kennedy, I say to the people in particular of this country, and specifically the people of Fort Charlotte, in your hands, more than mine, will rest the final success or failure of our course. With a good conscience, our only sure reward, let us go forth to lead the land we love, asking his blessings and his help, but knowing that there, here on earth, God's work must be truly done and be our own. Remember, finishing right now, Mr. Speaker, this is, remember, God moves in mysterious ways. Because immediately Jesus made his disciples. See, the first time he went with them, Mr. PM. The first time he said, let us go, and he went with them to test their faith. The second time he said, go. He sent them the second time. He told them to get in the boat, Mr. Speaker, go on ahead of him to the other side. And he went up to pray. When the evening had come, it said he was there alone, but the ship was now in the midst of the sea. And not only was it in the midst of the sea, Mr. Speaker, they met another storm. And the wind, it says, was contrary. And in the fourth night, Jesus performed another miracle for them again. He walked on the sea for them this time. And those men, in the midst of the storm with everything raging, still had no faith. They said, if you are Jesus, then let me come out to you. Peter stepped out of the boat and started to walk. And you know what happened, Mr. Prime Minister? He lost focus by the noise of the storm. And he started to sink, but the Bible said he started to sink. The Lord didn't let him sink. Took his hand, brought him nigh. And the question he asked was, where was your faith? Wherefore did thou doubt? Finish up right now, Mr. Speaker. You see, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Leader, and all of my colleagues, sometimes the Lord will send you out on a journey where you're going to meet up with storms, only to test your faith. I didn't want to say this, but I can say it anyhow. And some of them didn't have faith when they stepped in the boat. They just came along for the ride. Just to wait long enough to betray Jesus and deny him at the right time. Tonight I say to my colleague, to the country, though the storms, I'm talking about what happened to Jesus in the boat. They went with him until it was time to betray him. I didn't call nobody's name. I wasn't alluding to anything. I'm saying they rode with him, and at the right time, they betrayed him, and they denied him. That's what I'm saying. They didn't go in the boat because they had faith. They just was waiting for that. But Christ knew it. He knew it when he invited them in the boat. Tonight I say to my colleagues and to my country, though the storms may be raging in your life, and sometimes it's hard to tell the night from day, still that hope that lies within is reassured. Just keep your eyes upon the distant shore and know that he will safely lead you to that blessed place that he has prepared for you. It says, but if the storms don't cease and the winds keep on blowing, just know, my own age, your soul will be anchored in the Lord. Don't lose faith because you lose focus. That, Mr. Speaker, Port Charlotte supports this bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Mount Moriah. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the House suspends until tomorrow at 3 p.m., Tuesday, the 16th of June.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House suspends until 3 p.m. tomorrow, Tuesday, the 16th of June. As many members are in favor, will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the business of this House be suspended until 3 p.m. tomorrow, Tuesday, the 16th of June.